our guest designers. This is awesome. There are DVDs which concern mesh. It is absolutely amazing. It looks like fabric, feels like fabric, acts like fabric, but it's actually metal mesh. It's absolutely incredible. You get a metre of bronze coloured wire mesh, a metre of gold, and you also get a metre of black and a metre of dark green as well. It's absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome material. It's like a hollow tube of mesh. It's absolutely superb. Please do go to our YouTube channel or our Facebook page to see examples of the wire mesh in action. You get 4 metres of gorgeous mesh here. We're going to bring you the price very, very quickly because we've got to go over to Sarah and look at her challenge as well. £8.95 for 4 metres of mesh. Lots of you out on this jewellery. Hang on a minute. Didn't this used to be about £8.95 a metre? I'm sure it used to be about £7.95, £8.95 a metre. Dion the Destroyer, that needs to be your name, Dion. Don't you remember? Didn't this used to be about £8.95 a metre? Naughty Dion, says Emily. Do you know what? That is... I'm sure that's the kind of price we used to charge for kind of 1 metre. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost positive about that. That's £8.95 for 4 metres. Right, okay, I'm going to head over to Sarah because we've hardly got any time left. Right, Sarah. How have you got on with your challenge, love?
I've just finished that piece. Whew. Right.
Oh my word! What have you made?
Right to the wire, as per usual. I always leave it to the last minute, but there you go.
Oh wow, wow, wow! I'm having that. That is absolutely beautiful.
You wanted pieces that just had the spacer beads in, and that literally is 1.5 wire, jump rings, and spacer beads.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Wow. Right, details on your screen at the minute for the amethyst trio, which were 2 strands of purple amethyst and the green amethyst. I adore that necklace. Right, so the green amethyst and the purple amethyst. Yeah. Trio for 2 strands of purple, 1 strand of green, £8.95. That is amazing. Have we got any of the spacer bead deal left? I hope we have. And the rose gold flash plated copper beads. We're going to put those details on the bottom there. These earrings are just delightful, Sarah. They're everyday pieces, aren't they?
They are. They're so everyday.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
And even though I've made all of those, I've got all of those left in there.
No. Oh my word. Look how many Sarah's got left.
I've got loads.
Details for your spacer beads are at the bottom of the screen there.
Loads and loads and loads.
That is absolutely incredible. Oh, and look at this beautiful bracelet as well. Isn't that delicious? When are you next on, Sarah? When are you next with us?
Thursday Late Show.
Fantastic, okay.
Yeah.
So Sarah's going to be with you a bit later on in the week on the Late Show. This is just gorgeous. Thank you so much for being here today, Sarah. It's been lovely having you with us.
Absolutely loved every minute of that challenge. It's just amazing.
Isn't it gorgeous?
So nice to have just different materials. It's just lovely.
Really beautiful pieces. Thank you so much for joining us today. Please do not go anywhere. Sarah, wow, says Emily. Thanks a lot for that, Emily. Thanks a lot. Please tune in for the mid-show today. We've got incredible deals. That's amazing. Wire. Don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected.
A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes.
Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process.
The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible.
If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican, and today, guess what I'm joined by? Wonderful Teresa! How are you?
I'm all right. Long time no see.
I know, right? What have you been up to?
Oh, loads and loads. Busy. I work at the Students' Union at the university, so I've had grad ball as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's quite fun.
Oh, that's good. So you've been busy but fun busy.
Yes,
we love that. Teresa, today you've got some true treats for us, haven't you? You really, really have. These are just a taster of some of the pieces we're going to be looking at today. Which one of these two designs are we starting off with?
We're going to start off with this one. So yeah, the pendant. If we've got time, I'll try and get through the ring as well, but definitely the pendant.
The ring is just beautiful. Is it quite a similar technique for the two, or is it rather different?
No, totally different. Because I thought if people got a little bit intimidated with all the wire work in the pendant, actually it's just kind of nice to have something a little bit more fun, just have a bit of a play with.
I felt like Cinderella when I put that on before because it fit perfectly and it's just so gorgeous. Everyone was drooling over it. It's beautiful. And that's going to be our first designer inspiration. Whereabouts do we need to be in this? Because it looks pretty intricate.
Well, it's fiddly more than difficult. It's one weave throughout, so you only need to master one weave. And I've got a little template to kind of help with creating it. So it's just takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of patience, rather than needing huge expertise.
But it's definitely worth it. I think that's so beautiful, really wearable as well, which is really special. And then this is going to be your second designer inspiration, again just a taster of a couple of the things we're going to be looking at. And this is your knots collection, isn't it?
It is, yes. I've used sort of bits of the knots previously in various guises, and I thought, right, let's put them all together, and I'll go through the sort of the one wire, two, and then the four, and what you might be able to do with them.
Wonderful. And again, where do we need to be for this? Is this a beginner's piece, or do you need to have been wire working for a while?
That is actually beginners, particularly the one. The four, obviously you've got four wires to kind of hold together, but that, again, it's just more kind of strength and keeping a hold of them. There's no big technique in it. So so fairly beginner's sort of piece, yeah.
Wonderful. Now Teresa is with us until 5 o'clock, so it's your opportunity to message us in and get involved. Any questions you've got for lovely Teresa? For example, if you were a colour, what colour would you be and why?
Well, my favourite colour is purple.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't know what colour I'd actually be.
You've
Possibly
got red trousers
yeah,
on today,
red,
where it's
yeah.
a bit bright.
Yeah.
I like that, I love that. Any questions like that, or jewellery related, if you're that way inclined, all you have to do is text us, 60777, start your text with the word JM Studio so it wins its way to us. Alternatively, if you're online, jewellerymaker.com, there'll be a little box that send a message to the studio. Any question, big or small, if you want help with selling, if you want tips and ideas on makes, if you're struggling with something, do get in touch with us. This is your time to ask lovely Teresa. So, today we have got so many treats, and you've already seen your challenge, haven't you?
Yes.
We've given her 2 strands, one of them is brand spanking new. Are you excited about it?
Yeah.
When I showed you that first strand, you fell in love a little bit, didn't you?
Yes. Yeah.
I think what happened was she tried to walk off with it, didn't you?
I can't use that for the show, it just needs to, yeah.
Just
hide
needs to be
somewhere.
yours. So. Well, you've got the opportunity, it can be yours today. We are going to head over here, but I'm going to be back with lovely Teresa in about half an hour. But of course, you need to see some of the goodies I've got coming up today, don't you? Got some brand news. I've got a brand new strand of one of your favourite gemstones. Druzy. Not like you've seen it before. You may well have seen it in the rounds that we've done relatively recently, and now and again they'd have little inclusions and you can actually see inside the druzy. Sometimes you've had the druzy, you know when you get 5 on a strand, we did it like the end of last year and they were pretty big, weren't they? It's nothing like either of those two. For me, it's possibly more workable, and it is oh so high shine and sparkly. Do you want a little sneaky peek? Be rude not to, wouldn't it? Have a little look, sneaky peek, beautiful purple druzy. These are going to be coming up for you in the next 30 or so minutes. This is also going to be wonderful Teresa's challenge too, so you get to see what she's going to manage to create with these. This is the strand you fell in love with, isn't it, Teresa?
Yeah, it is just gorgeous.
It is so spectacular. I will be giving you the chance to own that later on. I've also got another newbie. This is coming up later on. I'm so excited to bring you this. 5 sets of chain, all around 40 centimetres long. They are stunning, they are silver, they are so high fashion right now. These goodies are coming up together. Now you know what I mean when I say together. We're doing a bundle, which means you are going to get an exceptional deal on these. Silver plated fancy chain. Can't wait to bring you that because I know the price point, basically. That's pretty much it. Now, let's get started, shall we? I've got loads of goodies for you today. I've got to say that the kit prices are a bit exceptional. Over £10 saving on them today. It's a real stunner. Where are we going to start, Scotty McGee? Sales manager Scott's my producer today. Oh my goodness, I totally forgot about this. I've got some trade show goodies for you today. Leftovers though. Storage and stands as well I've got for you today. Genuinely the place to be because it's going to be one of your last opportunities. It really, really is. It's just what we've got left over from our trade show. And this is one of those goodies. If you're into storage, you're into savers, this is your bead box with dividers. So, it's your high quality graded plastic. You've got the 2 locks at the front, nice and secure. And then inside, if I take these out, these are your dividers that can be separated. You'll be able to see you've got the 3 pockets in here. 1, 2, 3. Now, can you see all these ridges individually? Each of these dividers that you can see on the strips, they just snap off. You don't really even have to cut them. You can just snap them off at their weak point. And then these work as dividers. So, if you wished, you could keep full strands at your top, and then for your second one, if you've got little spaces or you've got maybe your earring findings, you can individually put them. This means that you can have each one of these boxes as a small box usable, or you can use you know, large areas for some sections. Perhaps you've already got lengths and lengths of chain that you want to keep nice and neat and tidy. You can put those in individual boxes. Maybe you've got our findings pack and you've got a selection of the gold, the antiques bronze and the silver. You can have each one of these in the different areas. Really easy to find, really easy to use. You can use these different dividers in whichever way you want, and because they fit into here perfectly, you can just store them if you don't need them at that moment in time. I've already got people allocating 4 of these to them. How about I bring your price in today? Your plastic bead box and dividers, last chance, only £6.95 for you today. This is a serious quality product, and I know how much you have all been asking for storage possibilities, and this is one of those. The size of this means that once you have got everything in place, it can just clasp back up together, and then you've got something that will fit easily into your tote bag. It would fit easily into the portfolio bag as well if you kept it in that center section. This is going to fit in absolutely loads of things. Now, loads of you have already purchased this, and we have got some feedback. Now, FIFO is an outside company that basically takes in your reviews, and it's completely open and honest. It's nothing to do with this. It is an outside company. Lovely. Someone from North Yorkshire says, love it. I will be ordering more for sure. Thank you very, very much for that review. There's loads of you getting your hands on this today. At £6.95, it is going to be one of your last opportunities to purchase this today. Purely, we've just got them left over from the trade show. And I'm sure, as you know, lovely Hannah and lovely Paula have been to Hong Kong last week. They've got loads of goodies coming up for us, and we need to clear out space, which is why we're giving you this opportunity right here, right now. £6.95. It's storage opportunities like this that are going to make your life easier, aren't they? Do you have a lot of storage at home for your jewellery making?
I do. I mean, I kind of started sort of collecting strands of beads and thought it was fine, you know. And then you just get to a point where you've got so many you can't find stuff. So then I did start sort of organising them by type of gemstone and that kind of stuff. So you just need lots of boxes and lots of dividers in the boxes to separate them out as well.
Mark Smith absolutely loves a good bit of storage. If you've seen him before, you know what he's like. He loves storage and organisation, doesn't he? And he has a box, I think it's this one, but it might be very, very similar. And he has, on the front of every single one, he has a little sticker that will say, for example, blue gemstones. And then in each little pot, he'll have, say, blue pyrite, he'll have, you know, blue sapphire, whatever, all organised within there. And he has one for every single colour. And some, with his favourite colours, he has 2 or 3 of the boxes. But I suppose it does help in a way if you know what colour theme you want to go down, or you've got a brand new strand of emeralds and you think, I just really want to highlight that green, so I'm going to go for, you know, my clear gemstones. Then you can have that in here as well, can't you? You can just open your clear box and go, oh yeah, that'll work well. £6.95. There is loads of you getting your hands on this, double bidders. If you're brand new to us today, I can see a few of you getting your hands on this. It is £2.95. Post your packaging, no matter how much you get, until midnight tonight. Really important that you do check out your baskets for me today, though, because otherwise you might miss out. We're doing something a bit naughty. Go on. No idea what that face is. This is a bit naughty. This is why you guys love sales manager Scott being a producer. Because he is going to do something very naughty. Clear acrylic earring displays. So, if you haven't seen these before, we sometimes use them to display our lovely guest designers' pieces. Can I borrow some of your earrings, lovely Teresa, just for demonstration purposes? You're an absolute love. So, how lovely! You're a darling. Thank you. If you have, say, a craft stand, or perhaps you do boutique stalls, or perhaps you just go and do craft fairs at your local your local hall or wherever it might be. It's things like this that just show off your pieces to the maximum. Imagine having on here, the thing I love about these as well is, can you see how much these kick out? I adore that these kick out so much, because have you ever created those huge like chandelier style earrings? And sometimes, depending on how you display your earrings on your store, can be a bit of a nightmare to show them off, especially if the ear pieces are close together. But here, look how much space we've got. You could have a good, what, 5 centimetre across chandelier earring on here, and they wouldn't get in the way, they wouldn't be knocking against it. They're beautiful and they just show off your pieces. And as we all know, I'm sure we all know, I've already got triple and double buyers on this. I'm sure a lot of us will know as well. £4.95 for 3. I love that. That's why loads of you are already getting your hands on this. Loads of people on the telephone for this as well. And the great thing with this, I'm sure as you know, on your stand, if you have everything at a usual level, it can, now and again, look a little bit boring. It can be hard to draw your eye in. That's why, well, one of the reasons why in shops and in department stores, you'll have lots of different levels of things. So say in a clothes shop, a lot of it, you know, your dresses and things will be hung up at kind of eye level, won't they? But then you'll have the special handbags, which go on top of those to draw your eye up. And then sometimes on the wall behind, you'll have all these almost little jutting out pedestals for all of their really jazzy, nice shoes. And it's just one of those kind of things that scientists have looked into about how we shop with our eyes, and that if there is different levels on things like a stall or in a shop, you're more likely to be drawn to it. And that's also why, you know, in supermarkets sometimes they'll put the biggest sellers at eye level, but then they might put the cheaper brands that are kind of the same thing a little bit lower, because naturally you'll just go to the ones in your eye line. It's like that. It's all to do with kind of the psychology really behind purchasing goods. And these are the types of things that are going to make your stand out. These are the types of things that are going to draw people's attention to your wow pieces. I'm sure all of your pieces are absolutely wow, but I'm sure a lot of you will have a couple of pairs of earrings or a couple of pieces that are just so exceptional you want to show them off. Because let's face it, if I just lay this down on the table like this, obviously say that was a pair of earrings, that's not gonna look that great necessarily, is it? But with this, you can almost imagine yourself wearing it. You can see how it will move. You can see how it will hang. You can just instantly, your eye is drawn in. £4.95. There is loads of you multi-buying on this as well. What I would say is, if you are the people who are triple buyers, that might be a really, really good thing actually, triple buying on these, purely because because of the price. I've only got about 100 of these left now. I know that might sound like a large number to you, but I need to let you know it's not. We started off with way more than that, but we know that this is trade show leftovers, so 100 is a really low amount. But what I would say is, if you are triple buying on these, have all 3 sets on your stall at the same time, because I'm sure a lot of you know, again, with the psychology of shopping, a lot of the time we prefer the odd numbers. It can look more attractive to the eye, which is why I'm sure if you're jewellery makers, a lot of you will know, sometimes we'll use, say, a drop 3 gemstones, or you might do a 5-petaled flower, just because naturally our eyes kind of prefer that look in a way. So if you are triple buying, congratulations. My suggestion, put them all out on your stall. And another thing as well, even if you're not selling your pieces on, even if they're, you know, just for you to enjoy or for your friends to enjoy, how beautiful are they just on a stand? In your bedroom, or just a storage device. And yeah, great suggestion, Ben. Director Ben's just suggested, what about just photograph them? If you've got a website, they're going to look really professional like that, aren't they? As opposed to how I take pictures of my jewellery, which is just resting on my sofa. I have got another collection for you here that matches perfectly with those. These are your acrylic ring holders. Take a little look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Teresa, can I borrow a ring again, please? Oh yeah, go on then, lend me that. Oh, lend me this beauty. Now, see, we use these ones. You can see here, this is the one that Teresa's got. You're getting 3 in the packet. Have a look at them. Now, if I show you at the side, they have got a slight lean to them, which is beautiful. If they were straight up and straight down, you might not be able to get the full effect of the ring, if that makes sense. But because it's got that angle on it, you can actually tilt it upward. So if I do it the wrong way around, let me show you this. This is with the tilt facing down. Do you see how the rings that are kind of angled, it's not really in your face too much? But then you can switch it, and then because of the direction, it's more at eye level now, isn't it? Because you'd be looking down on that. Does that make sense? And that's why we think about these things for you guys. That's why it's purposely an angle on the base. So, clear acrylic rings, 3 of them, let's get your price in. £4.95, naughty little deal. Let me see, have a look. See? That on a stand with, think of it this way, if we did it like that, have your suite on here. So maybe you'll have a bust with your necklace at the back, you'd have a matching set of earrings here, and then you'd have a matching ring on there. So people can instantly look, you've got your 3 things together, done and dusted. How beautiful is that? It's one of those things that you don't necessarily have to think too much about. Do you ever have those days where you can't really be bothered to shop? You know, you're out shopping, you have to get yourself an outfit, or you have to get yourself a pair of shoes with a matching bag because you're going to the races the next day and you're just not in the mood. Do you ever get those days? How great is it when they have a pair of shoes and a matching bag right next to each other? You don't really have to think about it. You don't have to trawl around going, oh, here's the same thing can happen with this. Have your earrings and your rings there. It's almost a bit of a non-brainer for people walking past, isn't it? They don't have to think, oh, what's going to go with this? Is that going to go with my outfit? Because they've already got a set there. They go with each other, sorted. Yours today for £4.95 on these 3. Plenty of you, again, getting your hands on this. Now, let's bring you some gemstones. Stay where you are on the phones for this. We've still got stocks of these and of the earrings. Just stay where you are. We've got so much to get through. Ooh, chunky, chunky. Now, we've been bringing you quite a bit of this recently, but I haven't seen this shape before. This is your beautiful turquoise. Take a little look for me. How stunning is that? Now, this is your reconstituted turquoise. We've been bringing this to you quite a bit recently, purely because natural turquoise is almost impossible to get hold of at the moment. It truly, truly is. But also, we're able to give you a really, really attractive price point on this because it is reconstituted. Now, reconstituted just means that it's a lot of the natural gemstone itself. It's just mixed in there with a little bit of resin. But that doesn't mean you're losing anything. And this line shows it perfectly. Can you see the thing that we always look for in turquoise? The matrix. That's exactly what you've still got in this, and that is due to the nature of the gemstone itself. These are your plain drums, 590 carats worth of this beautiful gemstone. It's a price point that you're going to adore. Today it's yours for just £17.95 on this today. RSPO20, 590 carats. If this was just genuine turquoise, if it was just 100% turquoise, you'd need to be swapping that one at the beginning for a 3 minimum. £17.95. You need to be checking out your baskets for me, ladies and gentlemen, just because I don't want you to miss out on anything that you really, really fancy today. And the quicker you check out, the quicker you definitely know it's yours. These are 10 by 13 mil. Lovely Teresa, what would you think of doing with these?
I'd really love to kind of separate them out and put them with white.
I love that idea.
Just because white and turquoise just sort of go so well together. But I think I quite like the sort of the flat sort of side of them as well. So I think I'd be kind of thinking about turning them on their side, so you've got that kind of flat face forward. And then perhaps having some wire work that's kind of using the drill hole then that's kind of facing forwards.
Oh, I like that idea, almost like a button design.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be really lovely, because sometimes it's nice to use them in a different direction, isn't it? It just gives you a different feel to your gems, doesn't it? £17.95. It's beautiful turquoise. It is springtime. It is summertime. It is an all year rounder, beautiful Maldives blue. Check out your baskets for me, $17.95. Ooh. This is a special one today because now, you know, I always tell you about gemstones, and I always tell you about sapphire and how there's two main locations realistically to get your sapphire from that are pretty amazing. One of them, Songea, absolutely. Kashmir as well, actually, I mentioned quite a lot. And the other one is Burma. Now, I always tell you about Burma and how much I adore Burma for the location, because you get the purest of blue, you get clarity a lot of the time that's unlike anything else. But today, I found it in a book. And that means that it's definitely right. I am just, sometimes, you know, you hear something, you read something off a website and that's fine, and then you can never find it again. It's so annoying. Well, let's get me book out. Jewellery and Gems, this book is called, and it's the buying guide. Got my sticky note ready. Let's show off my upside down reading skills, shall we? We're heading just in between here. So, says here, sapphire is characterised by the hardness, 9 on the Mohs scale, brilliance and availability in many beautiful colours, all of which make it probably the most important and most versatile of the gem family. Blue sapphire can be among the most valuable members of the sapphire family, especially stones from Burma and Kashmir, which are closest to the pure, say that to me, spectacle blue, fine, brilliant, deep blue, Burmese sapphire will surely dazzle the eye. Thanks, Ben. Reading that at the same time in my ear didn't throw me off at all. Think of that. Think of the Burma we've just read there. It's one of the top 2 places to get your sapphire from. It's got brilliance. Now, how much brilliance has this got? It said it's got that richness in the deep blue. Now, the book goes on to explain more and more about different areas in which you can get your sapphire from, but you saw there it's highlighted those 2 locations. This one is from Burma. You can see the brilliance in blue. You can see the clarity in here. And another thing you need to look for in this is that symmetry in tone. There's not really deep, dark blue ones. There's not really bright, light, hardly there blue ones. The symmetry in this is absolutely spectacular. Now, another bit, just whilst you're looking at, I want to read out for you is about the treatments. It says, this is about warning to treatments. It says, be especially alert to the new types of diffusion treatment and aware that oil is being used increasingly to conceal fractures and reflective inclusions. Also, watch out for doublets flooding the market. As always, we urge you to be careful and make sure that you get yourself from the quality gemologists. So, we've just heard then, diffusion, we've heard oiling, and we've heard doublets. Those are the 3 things that they're basically saying are really, really up there in the market at the moment. They're all treatments. Now, when we're looking at treatments on sapphire, that can reduce the price of your sapphire by around 30 to 50%, reducing the price. Those 3 things are the most common treatments on sapphire, which means you're looking at a reduction in price because in a way you're looking at the reduction of sapphire. Today though, you've got one of the #1 locations on sapphire at Burma, and you've also got a strand that is totally natural. Your price today is a stunning £34.95. That is exceptional. You have got your location of the century. You have got one of those things that you really, really need to keep your eyes open for. When we're talking about locations with certain gemstones, such as this one, it makes a massive difference. You can see in here everything that you should have in your sapphire checklist you have got in here. You've got that beautiful saturation, tick. You've got that gorgeous hue, tick. You've got the clarity in there, tick. You've got symmetry in tone as well, tick. You've got location, Burma, massive tick. double tick. I'm ticking that twice because that is a special one. Even we don't have a lot from that location. We really don't. And it's totally natural tick, which means that because it's natural, your price rise, you should be looking at around 30 to 50% more than you're treated. Not with us. £34.95. On our website and in our selection at the moment, we only have 2 other sapphire strands from Burma, and neither are blue, and that's what Burma's known for. It said it in that book, didn't it? You're looking for that beautiful richness of blue, and that is what you have got here. If you're a collector, if you are a connoisseur, you're the ones who are on the phone now, you're the ones who've got it in your baskets that are checking out those baskets. You're going to show that you know exactly what you're talking about. You know exactly what you're looking for when it comes to sapphire. This is one of the top locations for you to get your hands on. And the thing is, if you're going to be checking this out of your baskets right now at that price point, not only are you getting yourself serious quality, serious luxury, an amazing location, which is so rare. We can't even get any in for Christmas this year from this location because of embargoes and everything else. But also you're getting yourself something that is astonishing value. All of you connoisseurs out there know what a cracking deal this is. £34.95. Now, I'm heading to a very short break, but we will be back with you after the break. I have got the lovely Teresa and some brand spanking new Druzy. Stay on the phone lines for this. You're getting yourself quality at a cracking deal. I will see you after this very short break.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Famed for their openness of colour, our Hunan Peridot gemstones are sought after for their bright greens and graceful golden undertones. Brought to life by their dazzling brilliance, we are able to bring out the pure hues, the fire and the sheer brilliance of this gem. We only source raw crystals with the potential to show off all of these remarkable qualities. For a gem full of sparkling bright greens and glorious golden tones, look no further than our Chinese Hunan Peridot.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 AM on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
You can make your own call using the bead reamer from the toolkit. Take a length of wire. Holding your reamer, firmly anchor the wire onto the handle. Then wrap the wire around the reamer until you have the desired length. Snip off any unwanted excess.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican. In moments I will be handing over to the tremendous Teresa. How are you, love?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good. Now, I just, you know, in the break, we had a little chat, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had a little discussion. And tell me what you kind of asked in the break.
Well, I just mentioned the fact that the sapphire would go so well with the druzy. Do you want it back? Because I've snaffled the sapphire.
She gave me a Chinese burn and made we gladly gave it to you, the beautiful sapphire. So if you got your hands on it, you're going to have the opportunity to have a little look at what's been created. Why was your eye drawn to it so much? Because it was as soon as we came back off the break, as soon as the break came in, you went, that would have gone really nicely.
Well, it does. I suppose maybe I'm just kind of being a bit indulgent. I had a diva moment. I suppose for me, it's kind of like a couple of years ago, even a year ago, if somebody said I've been making jewellery with like sapphires and rubies, I just wouldn't have believed anybody. So the fact that I can, and I have used a sapphire strand before now as well, I just absolutely love them. And I suppose the only problem with putting the two together is that they're both so gorgeous that neither is the sort of the hero kind of piece of any of the jewellery. Both will be you know, equal standing, I think.
Both will be taking the spotlights.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot wait to see that. The sapphire is going to be in the challenge, and also this brand new druzy. Take a look. It's so spectacular. I've already got people on the phone lines for this. This druzy is so wonderful. Now, I'm used to seeing druzy in two forms. My first form, when I started sort of 6 months ago, I'm used to seeing the large pieces that are really large. You only got 5 on a strand because they were so big, and they were kind of irregularly faceted to the top, and so the top was druzy, and they were kind of multicoloured. I'm also used to seeing more recently the perfect rounds that were coming in at around 10 mil, and on some of them they'd have little cracks in. You'd be able to see inside the gem into the druzy. This is a mixture between those two, I would say, because it's ridiculously usable size, isn't it? Let's be honest, I did love the big strands of the 5 druzy, especially if you're interested in doing, you know, treating them like cabs. But this is going to be, for a lot of you, much more workable. If you're into a more delicate design, then this is going to be for you, isn't it? You can see that these are 10 mil coins. Now let me just show you. Obviously druzy is one-sided, purely due to the way it's created. So druzy, when we say druzy, can you see almost this sugar coating? It looks like lumps of sugar, doesn't it, on top? What that actually is it's due to the cooling processes some areas, and it's also due to the crystalline structure. So essentially what happens is you get all of these clusters of the individual crystals that come out together, and they're in a really small compact area, and they all come to the crystalline point. Now it's partly due to the cooling process, the speed of which these cools, but it's also to do with when the gemstone itself have cracks inside there, the silicon enters, and then it gives these juts, this cluster of crystals, which is why you have this beautiful, glittery, natural sugar coating in a way, isn't it? Now if I show you them all really sort of one by one, so you can have a look exactly what you're going to be getting. So this is what we refer to as the druzy, and then at the back you've got the flattened coin. So of course this means that it's going to sit beautifully against your neckline, on your décolletage, or on your wrist, and it also means that you have this one focus area for the druzy. Of course, because of the way that this is formed, due to, you know, the kind of silica formation and the heating the kind of setting process of this, that means you only ever get one side of druzy unless they're sort of stuck together. So it's beautiful that you have that in here. I've already got loads of people who have multi-bought on this. Loads of people have bought it on the phone. How about I give you the price today? Brand new strand at just £14.95. Now, this is like Mother Nature kind of just sprinkling gemstones with fairy dust, isn't it? It almost looks like it's been, you know, faked, doesn't it? Really, it hasn't. This is Mother Nature. Let me count them. Let's see how many we're getting here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20. 20 of these we're getting, which means price per one, Scott, price per one at 20. That means that we're going to be getting per one, bearing in mind this could just be a ring in itself, couldn't it? That for me is the perfect size for a ring. Look at that. 74 pence. That is exceptional, isn't it? What about these as a little pair of cufflinks as well? A perfect size for a cufflink, nice and flat as well, so it's not going to scratch your shirt or anything. Isn't that a fab idea? How great would this look with amethyst? That is exceptional, isn't it? Now, I've seen places trying to fake druzy, have you? You've seen kind of, you know, you get the acrylics, you get the synthetics of druzy. You sometimes get a glass as well, don't you, actually working as the kind of faux crystals. You won't be paying for those at 74 whatever pence per one, I'm sure. But the fact that these are your genuine gemstones is just exceptional. Now, lovely Teresa, you did get your hands on these for the challenge, didn't you?
I did, yes.
How you just fell in love. Tell me why.
They're just lovely. I mean, I do love druzy anyway, so it wasn't a difficult sell for me. And I think just in terms of kind of druzy generally, I just think it's that kind of sparkle that's sort of irregular. It just kind of, it's always sort of that sugar cube kind of look. I was saying in the break, I just kind of wrapped one, slightly larger than that. Previously I had it as a pendant, but got so many comments on it, just because I think people kind of see it and then you move and it catches the light in so many different ways. People just don't, you know, they don't expect it. I don't think they see it all the time.
I think you're
and
right.
I think then having it in that kind of gorgeous purple colours, it reminds me of Parma violets.
You're right. Well, someone just messaged in then saying, look like fruit pastel. Who's that from? Sandra. Becky, those druzy look like fruit pastels. Yummy.
Maybe we've got
don't eat gemstones, but you're completely right. They do, don't they? They look like that sugar coating.
Yeah, maybe we've got sweets on the brain, but yeah.
They are exceptional. Oh, okay, 98 is what I've got left, and that means that once they're gone, they're gone. And also, it's really important to remind you that this is going to be one of our challenges. So that means that if you're watching right now, later on we're going to be recapping this, and people who might just tune in, say at 4 o'clock after they've done the kids' school run or whatever it might be, they can then get their hands on this again then. So for those people with it in their baskets, please do check out. I've got over 70 of them already allocated. Because this is the first time in, it's all in. It's all or nothing with this. So you've got 92. That's it. Those are your chances. Once it's gone, it's gone. 10 mil on these. If you absolutely draw druzy, I haven't seen druzy in yonks. I've got to say, absolutely ages. And I'm definitely never ever seen this. This is one of the only 3 strands that we had in with our last shipment. That's it. That's all of it. £14.95 in the whole of our last shipment, our latest shipment that we have brought in. We've only got 3 of these in. You had a pink one a couple of days ago, and this is a beautiful purple one that you've got here. I've only got 88 of them left, though. It's really important you get your hands on this. I know sometimes what happens is we will get a massive variety through in a shipment of one thing or another. We might have loads of pearls come in, and we might have, you know, loads of quartz of these. But no, we've only sourced 150 of this one, and then we had the same amount of the pink, and then we've got kind of a grey coloured one coming up. I don't know when that's coming up, but that will be coming up at some point. So we've actually not got that many at all. It's your only chance, only opportunity to get them today. 83 left, and that is it. 82 left, 81 left at £14.95. LIGP 58. That is your code. Please check out your baskets. Norfolk, Essex, Devon, Powys, Channel Islands, Yorkshire, Gwent as well. Please do check out your baskets for me, everyone. 78 left. It's your only chance to purchase it here today. If you haven't opened your basket yet, but you want to get your hands on this strand, you have to open your baskets, basically. £14.95. It's a beautiful strand, and I will bring that to you. There's loads of people on the phone line. Stay exactly where you are. Now, we're on to your designer inspiration. It's such a beautiful collection. What did you think of this kit when you saw it all together?
I loved it. I did get a little bit of a heads up before it arrived. Pip did tell me what was coming, so I kind of saw, you know, saw the pictures. Yeah, I just couldn't wait for it to arrive. It took a couple of days, and it's like, come on. I just think they're gorgeous. There was a bit of a problem with the kit and the project, though. The way that the pendant is done, you kind of do all of the wire work first as a frame and then put the gemstones on. So because I did all the staging kind of together, it was quite a long time before I got to play with the gemstones.
Because you were just so excited to
really,
play with the gemstones.
I really just wanted to get going with the gemstones. So.
And you've used them so beautifully. The gemstones in this are really special. The price discount is really special as well. Maybe you're new to designer inspiration. Let me tell you exactly what goes on. So you're watching Jewellery Maker. Welcome. Every single day between 1 and 5 you will have a lovely guest designer. Today we've got the lovely Teresa with us, and each time what we'll be doing is we send them a kit a week or so in advance to play with. So there's generally some wire, maybe some strands, whatever their focus location is, we'll send them lots of bits and bobs. And then on the day we will show you exactly how to create some of the pieces they've made with step by step, really simple tuition. But also we give you the chance to own the kit that they got. So you make a note of today's date, purchase your kit today, and then watch us back on the Jewellery Maker YouTube channel in a few days' time when you get your kit and you can play along at home. So let me bring to you all the essential bits first. Working with silver coloured wire in this. Now you have got 10 meters of your wand mill, and you also have 10 meters of your 0.4. Now I need to give you a little bit of a heads up on the 0.4, okay? I've got Helena today, who's going to be my new producer, and she's shadowing Scott today. She'll be having a little bit of a play later on. Now, Helena, before, she's putting together some bundles for a dog show that I've got coming up with Alison Tarry. I am so excited on Saturday. It's amazing. She's putting together some bundles for that. And she tried to put in a bundle 10 meters worth of 0.4 in silver, and she wasn't allowed, basically, because on the 11th Sheila has got a bridal show, I think it is, and she has just saved it all for herself. She needs it all for that show. So this could be one of the last times you see it until after that date, until the 12th of July. So if you need it, it's time to get your hands on the 10 meters worth of it now. That's your 0.4. You've also got your matching findings pack in the silver as well. Of course, comes into your organza bag that says at the side, handmade gemstone jewellery. So you can use this, you know, to give as your gifts, or to have as a little bit of a gift bag, or just to keep for yourself. You've got goodies in here that you can see on screen, including little details such as this toggle clasp, which is held together by what I like to think of as a free jump ring. Every little helps. This is your silver plated copper, and you get 115 different findings in this pack today. You've also got those beautiful star flat head pins. If you've seen those, I absolutely adore those. So that's your finding pack. Now, the extra special bit, because this kit you're going to be getting 4 strands. Even if I took all of that out, all of the stuff I've just shown you, the price point just for the 4 strands is an absolute stunner. Now, let's go through these, shall we? Lengthy strands, just noticed. Beautiful drops. Think cooling, think relaxing. These are your stunning, really quite unusual actually, white agate drops, and these ones are 70 carats. You've also got, just to go along with those perfectly, your white agate in the rounds as well. Now these are your 4mm rounds. We know that we've got the bead loom goodies on tomorrow, so if you're interested in getting involved, you can use these with that type of design, because they are the perfect rounds. No graduation in the strand, just 4mm throughout for you. Beautiful white agate. You've also got a pop of colour. Pow. Pop of pink. Not only a pop of pink, but faceted pop of pink as well. This is 25 carats worth of your pink coated quartz, graduated faceted rondelles. These are 2x1 to 4x3. So if we have a look at the graduation in this strand, You can see it's a relatively subtle graduation, can't you? There's only a couple of mil in it. So that means you can use it in abundance, but you can also kind of just highlight that if you so wish to do so. 30 centimetre strand this, so it's just gemstone upon gem. There's no facets on this whatsoever. Now, you know, I spoke to you about the treatments on sapphire earlier on. I'm sure a lot of you will know that we're looking at similar treatments on emerald, aren't we? A lot of heat treatment goes on with emerald, a lot of oiling, also some irradiation goes on with it as well. Not only have you got emerald in this kit, it's natural. Take a look at it. It's beautiful. You said earlier, Teresa, you felt very lucky to get your hands on this in a kit.
Yeah.
And why is that? Why do you think emerald does make people feel really lucky and really special to be able to work with it?
Well, I think it's I mean, for me, it's, as I said earlier, I just, you know, 12 months ago, just wouldn't have believed if somebody had said, yeah, you can work with sapphires, emeralds, ruby. It just wouldn't have occurred to me that that was remotely possible. Yeah, so to actually be able to have some to work with is brilliant. And I think it's the first time I've actually had one of the big gemstones in a kit as well. So it's slightly intimidating because normally I save them and just have them on their own.
Yeah.
So different for me to kind of put them together with other gemstones, and they just work so well.
They really do. They work perfectly because you've got your gorgeous natural green that then just works so exceptionally well with the two strands of agate that you've got, the drops and the rounds. And I've got to say, personally, for me, working with the same gemstone in drops and rounds, it's almost like the job's done for you a little bit for some creations, doesn't it? And then you've got a power pop in from the pink. The thing I adore with this is, you might actually not think about working with these together outside of here. I know I wouldn't necessarily look at green and pink and go, oh yeah, I need to work those together. But then when you actually get them in this kit and when you look at Teresa's designs, look at how special and how beautiful they actually do work. That pink almost bringing out the green more, the white just working as a perfect background for both of those two alternate colourways here. It's just a really special little kit for you. And you've got something for everyone. You've got your drops that are just going to draw your eye down. You've got your facets, which are adding super sparkle. You've got your plain rounds, which are just the same shape. It's giving you symmetry. It's giving you something easy to work with. And then you've got your faceted rondelles with a really strong impact of colour. So something for everyone in here. Not only have you got these 4 strands, you've got your findings pack, your 1 metre of of your 1 mil, and the very elusive 0.4 that I told you about. Should be priced £37.15. Now that price for natural emeralds, that's what I was saying before about the price of that. A lot of places should be happy to pay that just for these 4 strands. The fact of the matter is, you're getting all of this for £21.95. Now, let's break that down for you, shall we? Remember for me that the findings pack is £8, isn't it? I've only got 49 of these at the moment. People on the telephone have already checked out. Thank you very much for doing so. I've got 47 of this. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's the end of it. At £21.95, ask yourself this honestly. When you're purchasing the findings pack for £8, say you're happy to get, even if, how much are we working the one mil at the moment for 10 metres? I can't remember. It always. I was going to say, is it like four quid about, isn't it? So that'd be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So about £12 for this. Add on the 0.4. Let's round it up to 15. That's, you know, cutting a bit of money off. That means that you're getting these 4 strands for what? An extra £6.95 or something. That is wonderful, isn't it? That is seriously an exceptional little deal, isn't it? Those 4 strands for £6.95. That means it's less than 2 quid each. Whoa, wait. You're going to be getting natural emerald for less than £2? Yeah. In fact, it's going to be closer to like £1.50, isn't it? This is a ridiculous price for a beautiful range. I'll tell you what, I've only got 39 of them left, and that does not surprise me. There's loads of you on the phone lines for this. Please, ladies and gents, do check out your basket. I know I sound like a broken record, but I do have to tell you, just in case, if I don't tell you, then people might nick them out your basket, and then you'll be, oh, she didn't warn us. So I'm warning you, here's your warning. 39 left, about 10 in baskets, loads of people on the phone lines. When you're purchasing emerald for less than £2 a strand, and it's natural, you know you're onto a winner. And all you have to do really is look at Teresa's stunning designs to know you're onto a winner as well. These pieces are so beautiful.
Thank you.
What was your inspiration? Because I've got to say, this one in particular, quite an unusual design, gorgeous. In fact, myself and Scott, both of our eyes were drawn to this one initially because it's so unusual. It's got a modern feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What inspired this?
Well, actually, it was a previous show, a couple of months ago. We were talking about Art Deco, and I just sort of thought, I wouldn't, if I did an Art Deco piece, what would I do? So I was actually just kind of trawling around on the net, looking at pictures of Art Deco kind of styling, graphics, Art Deco jewellery, and I actually came across a pendant like that. It was kind of in a solid sort of metal, solid silver, but a pendant of that kind of shaping, and I just thought, oh, that's actually not what I would instinctively kind of, I always sort of think of the sunburst sort of design when I think deco. But it was just so kind of, and just so different. I thought I've got to try and do that. So that's where it kind of all came from.
I absolutely adore it. It has got that Art Deco feel. It's also a little bit industrial and modern, and it just ticks so many boxes. Beautiful designs, Teresa. Enjoy the show, ladies. This kit looks lovely, and that's from Chris. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Your designs are absolutely beautiful, Teresa.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that was where it kind of all started from, and then I thought if you didn't feel like you wanted to kind of go down that sort of route, there's just so much else you could do with the kit anyway. And I think if I was buying it at home, my natural instinct would be to separate out the emerald, possibly use the others together, but to actually have that as kind of special anyway. But so they just work really nicely together. It's a pleasure to be able to kind of put that sort of stuff together. Really.
I really just think you've worked them together to perfection, and I think this necklace shows specifically how much thought's gone into creating this kit, because you can see how beautifully all the pieces work together. You've got these gorgeous drops that then match in with the 4 mils. You've then got your hot sparkle that kind of it looks across to kind of mimicked in the emerald as well with that faceting, but it's just such a different feel, and it works perfectly with these designs. It really, really does, Teresa. You've done a cracking sterling job. I just want to let you know I've got 27 left. I've still got people on the phone, possibly got about 7 of you with it in your baskets, which means I am in my last chance saloon. I've got 9 apparently in baskets, last chance saloon. Need to let you know that when you're getting a strand of agates, a strand of the agate drops, a strand of the pink faceted quartz, and a strand of genuine natural emerald for just over £6, you know you're on to a serious deal. In fact, that's even a bundle busting price, isn't it? You wouldn't even be able to get that price in a bundle if these were just by themselves. This is what designer inspiration brings to you. Designs inspiration at a cracking little price. 26 left. Now, if you do have any questions for lovely Teresa today, or if you just want to let her know how stunning her designs are, do get in touch with us. All you have to do is text us in. The text number is 60777. Start your text with the word JM Studio, just one word, so it comes along to us, or you can just message us in on the web as well. Please check out your basket, because what happens a lot of the time is people will watch the demo throughout and then they'll go, oh yeah, I think I can do that, and then they'll try and buy at the end, but when we've only got 25 left, probably best not to risk it. So get yourself on the phone right now. Where are we going to be starting, lovely Teresa?
Right, well, I thought I'd show you the template first. Because as I say, I'd sort of seen the picture on the web. I knew it was very sort of straight lines, so I dug out my graph paper and had a bit of a sketch. Tried different sort of sizes and different kind of, you know, thinner, longer, thinner, a bit sort of wider, and just sort of played with it. But finally came out with, this is the original graph paper.
Oh, I haven't seen graph paper in years.
I
love that.
I think actually it is graph paper that I used when I was at school. so goodness knows how old this scrap paper actually is, but
no way.
yes, it's still some I've got left.
Vintage graph paper.
Yeah.
I love that.
And this is it, just a little bit kind of bigger.
Brilliant.
Just because I wanted to sort of talk through it a little bit. Now, essentially, what you've got is 2 lots of wire weaving around. The first one, just grab a little something to point with.
A pointy tool.
The first one, which is kind of the background one, is this one, and it is actually one single piece of wire. You sort of put the curve in, and then that actually goes round, and then splays out here.
Okay.
On. The other one is 2 pieces of wire, because
Okay.
you've got this one sort of going down, and it does that.
I see. Okay.
So that's kind of the magic of it, rather than kind of looking and getting a bit confused as to what was going where.
Right, I see.
That's all you've actually got, is 2 lots of weaving. So if we start with the first one,
Okay.
and then I'll switch to the second one, and just sort of show it kind of fitting on top of the first one, because I think if I spent the time kind of weaving through it, it's possibly 2, 3, maybe 4 hours work, just kind of messing about with it, really. Because it is quite delicate, it's quite small, I'd recommend sort of doing a bit of it and then putting it down for a while, because actually just kind of holding it for a long period of time can be a bit wearing, really. So it's worth, don't do it in a rush. Do it in bits. It's an awful lot.
Wonderful.
Less stressful.
Fab.
So we'll go with the original one, and if you wanted it a bit bigger, you could actually just expand it out. It will be on my Facebook page,
Which is, remind us what that is.
Teresa Kennard Designer, and I'll put a link over onto the Jewellery Maker page when I get home.
So you could just print it off and then make it whatever size you want. You can expand it before you print it, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a real kind of difficulty for me as to what size to make. I didn't want to make it ridiculously huge. It was supposed to be delicate, but if it got a little bit fiddly, actually it might benefit being just that little bit bigger.
Brilliant.
So starting off with the first sort of bit, I've got 50 centimetres of the 1 mil wire, and all I want to do is take the middle bit and put a 90-degree bend in it.
Yeah.
And then this is actually the more difficult bit of all of it. If you've got the banding pliers, that might actually work quite well. But you just need to put another bend in it, and I'll use my, if I can find them, which I can't. I've probably got them out somewhere.
What are we looking for?
My little round nose pliers. They're hiding.
Because they're little.
So all I do, once you've got that kind of bend, I want them quite close together.
Okay.
Sorry, it's sort of quite high up.
That's all right.
So I'm just going to pop that in really close to it, not so close as it just ends up a rounded sort of bit, but just slightly sort of
probably even a mil or so.
And then take that to it as well.
So it's quite a tight curve.
You might end up with a bit of a that's actually quite far out, a bit of a round. You might, if you've got thin snipe nose pliers, be able to get that sort of square bit at the end.
If you've got those half round pliers, the one that gives you the straight bend.
I think they would be perfect for this.
Brilliant.
I mean, all you want, so this is actually quite big, all you actually want is enough room to be able to put something else through it, a jump ring or your loop through it.
Get you.
And if you're looping, I'm just thinking, what did I actually loop on there? If you're looping the 0.4 mil wire in there anyway, it actually just needs to be really, really tiny.
Brilliant.
And then we can start on the weave, which if I just get a little bit of 0.4. I managed to do both weaves with my standard kind of wingspan, 1.5 metres of 0.4. So I'd have the whole kind of piece and just do it in one. You can add in if you need to. There's plenty of wraps to be able to kind of add in, and it doesn't show.
Okay.
And then I just take one of the wires.
Yeah.
And I'll just go round that first wire 5 times, and that is just straight wrapping right round that wire.
So is this bit got to be neat, because that's going to stay, is it?
Well, yeah, all of it will stay. If you find like this, that the start of it is just sort of out a bit because you're holding it,
yeah,
then actually you can unwrap that and wrap it, or just push it in
Squidge it.
That will be the end point.
Okay.
Or you could do 3 wraps one way and a couple of wraps the other, just to make sure it's kind of nice and neat. But you want 5 in total on there. And then you're going across to the other wire. I might be able to do this to camera to show you. And doing 2 wraps on that one.
Okay.
Now you can see as well, I've started quite high up on the wire. We're quite a long way, because I'll just move it down once I've done a few bits. So we've got 2 on there, and then we're back through the middle and going round the first wire 5 times again.
Okay. I see. So you're just looping that around again.
And then we're back up to the top with 2 wraps. And that's actually all you're going to do. That's the entirety of the weave, is to go 5 on one side and 2 on the other. And you could actually vary it. Once I'd done it, I thought actually it may well have benefited from kind of 7, sort of spaced out 7 on one, and possibly just 1 wrap on the other side. It's entirely up to you as to, you know, which wrap you want to do and what you feel like kind of making, really.
Okay, brilliant.
I just wanted the variation to give the 2 sides a bit of variation, rather than you sort of 2 and 2 kind of standard.
I know what you mean.
So
yeah,
I'd just kind of pull that down to the bottom. And if it was a little bit sort of closer together, it'd get a little bit further down.
You know that you're pulling it to the bottom. Can I just ask, what if you've done it too tight?
Well, it shouldn't be. I mean, that actually has sort of pulled itself out a little bit to cope with it being quite sort of far down. It should be able to slide along.
Brilliant, okay.
I am a very tight wrapper.
Yeah.
I should be a little bit less so, I think, but it moves fine for me. So if I can move it with the kind of tight wraps that I do, I think it should be all right. But yeah, I mean, if you do have difficulty with it, then you might need to kind of undo it and do it again.
And actually, these might have just a sort of, these might help as well, mightn't they?
Yeah, you could just kind of pull it down. I can't believe it. I need some new nylon jaw pliers, and never seem to get any hold of any.
Oh, I've got some here.
I know, and I'm on the show.
I know. How many have I got, Scott? Oh, you might have some left.
Ah, excellent.
Got just over 200 of these. Do you love nylon jaw pliers?
I do. I mean, I got them partly because I tended to hold things far too tightly and tended to mar wire. So I thought actually it'd be really useful just to be able to hold wire, and I don't need to worry about it. And a lot of these sorts of things I tend to kind of nibble along the wire once I've kind of done the weave, which just settles all of the wires in place. But I think it was when Laura was talking about them using them as kind of wire straighteners. It hadn't occurred to me before. Started using them, and that's changed my life. They're brilliant.
They make a huge difference, don't they? They genuinely do. I've got to say that all of our guest designers always say that they've got a pair of these. They always say that they absolutely adore them. Whenever we don't have them, you just pulled yours out of your bag.
This is why I need some new ones. They are beginning to look a little bit.
How long have you had
tired.
those for?
Oh, a couple of years, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, they've lasted well then, considering how much you do as well, and you've had them years. That's fab. Nylon jewel pliers, they are just wonderful. If you've never got your hands on these before, now's your opportunity, because they're only £4.95, but they're one of those tools that everybody literally does. These and the flush cutters, I would say, are our 2 most popular tools.
Yeah.
Every guest designer says they absolutely adore them. Not only can they get rid of kinks in wire, as we said, straighten out your wire, which can be an absolute nightmare, but if you love working with coloured wire, or even, you know, the gold plated or the silver plated copper wire, if you squidge them too much or get them with metal, the colour comes off. I've got to say, not to toot my own horn, but I did make a really nice little bracelet the other day, and I just ever so slightly over kinked my wire, and it's silver and you can see the copper underneath, and my eye just keeps drawing to it, and I do really like the piece, but my eye keeps drawing to it. If I got these and used them, there's no problem there. £4.95. I've got just over 200 of them. It's your chance to get them. You know what it's like. They absolutely fly out. KOZY72 is your code. Get them whilst you can. So, where are we heading to next, lovely lady?
I'm just going to see if I can make that a little bit smaller so it looks a bit more
Bending your
like
loop
what
over
it
more.
should be. You could actually have a rounded loop there. It was just because I was trying to keep everything square. That, I'm a bit sort of picky with that. Actually, all you need to do then is carry on doing that. I should have done this whilst you were talking.
Oh, no, don't worry.
Got distracted by the nylon jewel pliers. And what you'll find as well is the wires do like to cross over to make life difficult. So if you just kind of kink them out, you know, the bit between is where you're wanting to go. It doesn't matter if they're sort of crossed over.
Okay.
You can straighten them out, but I just find I keep ending up with them crossed. So it's easier just to not worry about it. So I just carry on with that a little way. I won't go probably as far as this actually says, just because it is a fairly boring thing to
So how
watch
far
it.
up do we generally go on this?
Well, all you need, I mean, you could actually look at what I've done and sort of count numbers, and I think once I'd done one, because I've got a couple of stages, that's actually what I
So I'm
ended up
right in
doing.
thinking it's this bit above the 4 mil.
No, it's the
This
the next
bit
one
here, isn't
along.
it? There.
Yeah, that's the
okay,
one.
so I'll count it for you. So don't forget we did 5 wraps one side, 2 wraps on the other. So if I count the 5 wraps for you, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then on the bend is the 7th. So that should give you an idea. So on the 2 sides you've got 2, 4, hang on, 2, 4, 6, 7. So 7 of the 2 before the bend and 7 of the 5 as well. So I hope that helps.
Right, well, I've got 4 on there at the moment.
Okay.
Just do the 2 wraps just to keep the wire out of the way a bit. And we'll pretend we've got a little bit further on.
Okay.
I could push it up and pretend, but I won't. So that's what we've got so far. I'll show you it kind of
Yeah, I see.
sort of full on. And then all I'm actually going to do, if I can do this kind of to camera, that might be useful, is just place it on the template. And this is all I did to start with. Obviously we're starting kind of at this sort of bit, and actually all I'd need to do probably is another of the 5 wraps before I get up to the corner.
Brilliant.
Just so you know where the corner is.
Yeah.
And you can actually, if you place that down, have it on there, and pick it up with your pliers, or hold it sort of, you know, where you know you need to be putting the bend in with your pliers, and then taking your flat nose or your snipe nose pliers, just take what will be the inside wire, shuffle them down to where you want the bend to be, or just above where you want the bend to be, because the bend will actually bend a little bit closer down, and I should be able to show you that fairly well, and then just take that down to bend the corner in.
Yeah.
And then what you need to do, so I have to just kind of figure out where this actually is, turn them the other way around because it's a bit thinner that side, is take the other one, just because what you want is it to be sitting on top of this one, so it needs to be a little bit further up again to have that corner on there, and
So
you
it
can
runs sort of
actually
parallel.
Yeah, you can fiddle about with that a little bit if it's not quite right, to just kind of take it out a little bit, or in a little bit further, and that's all you're doing with the bend. I tended to do the bend just before I got to where it was wrapping, and then wrapped around that bend and just carried on basically.
I see.
And you've got sort of several bends on this one before you get to the next sort of stage.
Okay.
So what I will do, because basically then the next bit to tell you about is when they cross over, but I'll show you that on the second kind of piece.
Okay.
You just keep working around the picture, the template, until you've got the shape. Obviously once you've got more than one in, you can start figuring out if they're parallel.
Yeah.
If they're not quite sort of square, you can actually just manipulate it to get the bend a little bit sort of sharper or a little bit further out as you go, and you can keep doing that right the way around actually, but just keep it square and keep it more or less on track with the template, and you'll be there. As I say, it's more fiddly than it is difficult to do.
Can I ask you, you know, before, is it easy easier to weave then bend, weave more then bend, or is it easier to get the shape you want and then weave onto it?
I can say fairly categorically, because I managed to make a mistake on it and had to undo several bits of it. Basically I didn't tie it in one bit, so it was wiggling about.
Okay.
So I ended up having to undo a lot. That it is actually better to keep them straight whilst you're weaving and then bend when you get to it.
Go.
Because otherwise you're sort of trying to find the middle of the wire and sort of chasing the wire around that sort of shape. It's a bit like that kind of buzz sort of game with wire. Yeah.
I know what you mean.
It's a little bit wearing.
A little bit wearing. Scott said that he needs to do a cracking deal on these for you, because he's just got something a little bit phenomenal, and to give you a little bit of an alternate colourway as well. You've got your copper, you've got your silver, and you've got your antiques bronze. In the copper it's 1mm, the silver it's 1mm, and then you've got your 0.8 in the antiques bronze. So we're using these 2 gauges in this design. If you're into creating rings and findings, then often 0.8 is classed as one of the most popular for that type of thing. Each of the 3 main colourways that we do for you, your price is going to be a special one. £15.85 is your should be price on this today. To be fair, that's pretty good. But Scott's going to do something pretty great. What are you doing? No, you're not. £10.95? No way. Gold, antiques bronze and copper, grab your 10-metre reels. You've got 30 metres worth of some of the highest gauges we do. You've got 20 metres of 1mm in 2 different colours, 10 metres of your 0.8 in your antiques bronze, 30 metres worth in total. £10.95. Boy, oh boy, are you coming in quick for this. What do you think of that price?
That's just brilliant. For standard kind of, it's not sort of your bright colours or anything anyway, so you just kind of go to those time and time again.
Yeah.
They all work really well together. They'd be brilliant for my second project as well. And
you're so right, they would.
And jump rings, all of them would be brilliant making jump rings. So
that is such a cracking idea. £10.95. I've got double buyers on this as well today. This is going to go great with the second designer inspiration too. So get this, you can have a bit of a twist on the one we're doing now, but also a bit of a twist on the one we're going to be doing later. 30 metres worth at £10.95. Super structural, beautiful pieces, and then you've got great for your findings, great for your rings, 0.8 as well. You've got a bit of something for everyone here, haven't you? Yeah. And for me personally, I'm someone who doesn't actually use 1mm that often. I just don't. If I'm doing structural, I'll tend to go up a little bit more. So for me, sometimes when you need it, you need it. 10 metres worth would be great.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Just need to let you know that the description is slightly wrong as well. Even I didn't notice that, and I read it earlier. It's not the gold, it is the silver. Scott says it's just him having a moment. Apparently it is silver, antiques bronze and copper that you're getting. Grab your 10 metres silver, bronze and your copper. £10.95. Absolutely stunning. Loads of you coming in. Let's have a little look what else we're creating. Stay where you are on the phone, we will be with you.
Right, well this is the completed piece of the first bit. So that's it, sort of exactly where it should be on the template.
Okay.
As you can see, I've just followed it round. The ends, the tails are just sort of sitting here. They will need kind of bending upwards and downwards, but I did do that with one of them and found it was in the way then for my wire weaving, so you're probably better off just leaving them till towards the end anyway. And then we need to start on the second bit of wire weaving and be able to kind of put it onto this one.
Okay.
So for this one I want 2 pieces. And I've just gone for the same length in total, so it's 2 pieces of 25 centimetres of the 1mm.
Okay.
And I want those to sit reasonably well together. You will kind of pull them in as you weave anyway, so it's not too much of a worry if they're not quite parallel. But as long as they just don't have any kind of kinks in them, it's absolutely fine. And then another piece of the 0.4. It's a reasonable sized bit, so do a bit before I run out. And again, I just used about 1.5 metres in total. I've left the tail on. These do get a little bit in the way. This is probably the most annoying bit, but this I'll be using to wrap the stones on later on.
Okay, so we need to keep that tail.
The little one you probably don't, but I tend to keep it on just in case something happens and I want to change the design or tighten things up or undo a bit and redo a bit or whatever I feel like. Because I tend to design as I go along, I'm always kind of leaving bits. It's kind of weird, that moment at the end where it's like I've got to chop them off now, and it's like I'm sure I'm finished.
Just in case.
I think I'm finished. So because we've got 2 wires, actually we can just start with 1 and do that 5 wraps again.
With your 0.4.
With the 0.4.
Just pop it into the middle for us a little bit more. You're a love, thank you. Keeping them squished.
So keep them reasonably sort of together, and then we can introduce the other one in and do your 2 wraps.
Okay.
So we're going through the centre to do the 2 wraps on the other side.
So you're doing the 5 and 2 again now?
It is just the 5 and 2 again.
Not
exactly
the diet,
the same.
The wrap.
Again, you could change it if you wanted to as you went along. Do this one in a different wrap if you felt like it. Yeah, there's plenty to sort of decide, plenty to design as you go along. And I'll just do another couple of those fairly quickly. Because again, what you're actually doing is going up to where you think you need to be. Actually, what I should have done, and I haven't done with this one, leave a little bit of a tail on this one just in case you want to use it. I don't think I did, again, because the little 4mm agates do fit onto the 1mm wire.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't find one that didn't.
Wow, because
I was expecting some of them would and some of them wouldn't, but no, I didn't find one that didn't.
That's stunning. That's great.
But if you did find you wanted to wrap onto that one, then you'd need this this wire.
Okay. Fab.
So always worth having some in reserve in case you change your mind and want to do something different.
You want a switcheroo?
Yeah.
Good idea.
Well, I mean, I did. So I thought I knew where I was going to put the gemstones, but really waited until I'd got all of the framework sorted out and then made the final decision as to where each of the stones was going.
Yeah.
So that's on the way up again. Just checking I got 5 on there. Suddenly can't count. And what I'm actually going to do is sort of go a bit sort of like 2 on there, just to sort of help. You will actually just be checking against your template again, and it's actually this bit that you're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm there or thereabouts. I might even want to undo some of this as I kind of go on and decide where I want to put the gemstones on. But I'm just about at the point now where I'm crossing over my original.
Yes, I see.
Which obviously is going to be there.
I get you.
You're trying. This is a little bit curved, so it's worth trying to keep this bit as straight as possible, because otherwise you end up crossing over the wrong point and then you can't kind of move it afterwards. And then all I'm going to do in order to put the 2 together, and this is the most fiddly one because they're both apart at the moment, is actually just go through where they cross, and you just need to kind of check where exactly it is sitting on top of the other one as to where it needs to cross, and go round the back piece and then out of the way and then back up and carry on weaving. But what you might find is you can't sort of poke it through very easily. See where it's sort of sitting there, but if I try just sort of putting this wire through the back weaving, there isn't much space.
I know what you mean.
So I then get my awl out, which is my other best friend for this sort of thing, and I know it's kind of in the middle of here, so I want a hole around about there for it going through. Just push it in, and it'll just move those wires apart enough to give you a bit of space.
I get you, I see. So you're just making a little bit of space. Don't forget for me as well that this, the vintage graph paper design will be put on the lovely Jewellery Maker Facebook page if you want it. So don't worry if you're thinking, oh no, I've missed it now. Yes. You'll be putting up in a bit, won't
vintage
you?
Graph paper optional.
So the template, that's what I meant, the template, will be up for you later on.
So all I've done now with that space is just popped that that thread that I'm weaving with at the moment through.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow the weaving on the back, so it's actually going to go. And what you might find is it wants to sort of sit further over, so make sure it's in the right place. On the back, I'm just going to take that, it's going through the middle at the moment, so I'm going to go down where the other pieces are, and then I need to get back to where I was. And you might find you either want to come around the outside of it, or the inside. I found actually, even if you're going down in the middle bit, it's probably better to come back up the middle bit. It doesn't alter the weave as to which way you're going, so it keeps it more central to kind of come down and back up again in the same place. This is a little far over, but it's good enough. And then you're just going to carry on weaving. Hold it all in place so you know where it is, and then just carry on weaving up to the next point where you're where you need to kind of put it through. I did just one wrap round the back frame every single time I did it.
You did it, yeah.
And one other thing to say, if you're a bit like me and a bit sort of OCD about it, when I first did this back frame, obviously you're coming along and you're coming on the top piece before you go underneath. This is on top, so it doesn't, your wraps don't matter. But I left 4 wraps on this bit so that when I came back up on the back, my extra wrap round was the 5th.
Very clever, I see.
It doesn't make a huge amount of difference. Nobody's necessarily going to be counting 5 or 6.
No.
But I'd know.
You'd know. That's good.
So yeah, so I just kind of changed that around. And then you just carry on with the same wrap, going round. Wherever it meets the frame, take a wrap around the back frame, and whenever you get to the point of a corner, make the corner as before. And then that is actually all you need to do, is just sort of chase it around until you're finished. And I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I need to kind of say on any of that. Oh yes, one last sort of thing. You can decide, and I did put on the sketch a slight sort of thicker line, which side the heavier wrap is.
So which side the 5 would be on, for example?
I found it was quite useful to have them on the inside where you're sort of doing the squares. And because of where I wanted to hang them, it was kind of nice up at the top here to have that a little bit more open as well. But it's entirely up to you, you can play around with it. All you need to do is get to the corner and then just switch over as you sort of carry on the next sort of bit. So
lovely.
It's easy enough to do. If you don't like it, undo it, redo it.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Love that. Good tip. Thank you very much for that, Teresa.
And that takes us to the frame.
Finished frame.
Which is a little bit bent for carriage. Just on the bend, everything. So on this one, actually the wrong way around, so that's good. It did go a little bit awry on this one, you can see it should have been a little further over. So that's what we've got once we kind of finish doing it. Looks a bit alien because I've got tons and tons of bits of wire around. I always kind of figure out if my wire work doesn't end up with sort of some alien stage at some point, it's probably gone wrong. It should look a bit peculiar for a while.
I like that thought process. It makes sense as well, it really does.
It's like, oh, I've reached the alien stage, that's fine.
That's good.
And what I've done obviously with this one, which was on the first piece, is now kind of bent them both sort of either side. And that's at the point now where you can start finally playing with the gemstones. So I'd sort of got this one staged up, the half one and the final one before I picked the gemstones up, so it did seem like a long time. So we have got them now. It's a bit simpler at that point. And I started actually with the little pink quartz, which I'm just wondering if I can find them.
They're just there. Do not forget that in the kit that's at the side of your screen now, I've got 20 left. And how many have I got in baskets? I've got 10 in baskets, so I've got 10 left, essentially, once you guys check out. Don't forget, you've got these beautiful pink quartz, you've also got drops of agate, you've got 4mm rounds of agate that go through, it's got a drill hole for 1mm, and you've got emerald in there as well, including 20 meters worth of your wire on that findings pack. Each one of those gemstone strands, when all said and done, comes out just under £2 per one. £2 for emerald, come on, it's exceptional, but I've got 10 left. Are you selling the chain bundle that was on yesterday's show? If so, what time? Help! I'm at work and can't watch the show, but need these chains. No problem, Louise. Are you at work now, Louise? You at work? I won't tell anyone. It's all right. I love the idea of Louise sat in a massive office, just with us casually clicking in between like a spreadsheet and us. Don't worry, Louise, we have. It's not the same colour, it's the silver, but it's the same chain bundle that we had on, was it yesterday or the day before? We know the one you mean, the 5 chains. We've got that coming up in about 15 minutes. It may or may not be cheaper by £5 or more. It may be. I wouldn't like to say. Stay where you are, Louise.
Now for these bits, all you're actually doing is wrapping gemstones on. And I did sort of think, shall I leave these as they are? Because you've got single rods, I thought actually I'll hammer them lightly just to give them a little bit of a flat surface to help grip the wire, and a little bit of strength.
Okay.
Now obviously with the ones that are just coming straight down, that's not too difficult, and you're only going to use one of each of these, so I'll show you what I do with those in a minute.
Fab.
For these, a little bit more difficult, so actually all I did was gently pull them upwards and then hammered them there on the back.
Okay.
Popped that one back and did the same with this one, pulled it gently, hammered that side, and then popped it back into place.
Brilliant.
Just to give it that little bit of extra strength. I haven't done it on this one, but I haven't got my hammer out, so I won't spend time on it. And then for each gemstone, you're just popping it on. You need to figure out this sort of middle bit.
Yeah.
So wherever your wire is coming up from, start going in the opposite direction. Sorry, this is sort of backwards to you. And all I do is just give that a little bit of a bend so it settles in quite nicely there. And then wrap 2 or 3 wraps, I think I did 2 just because I didn't want them too far apart, on the 1mm wire.
Okay.
Then take another of the gemstones,
Wrap it
pop
onto
it on
the
again
1mm.
and do exactly the same.
Brilliant.
And what I did as well, and I think it would be easier to do it first before you start putting the gemstones on, just because there's a bit less sort of space, so that's the next one on, is to put another piece of wire coming downwards. So just put a couple of wraps going around this this bend, and then you can wrap on that one, sort of coming down, and just sort of come down to wherever you want to come down to.
Good tip.
For these 2 bits, for this one I just hung my drop onto that loop.
Yeah.
For these 2, I only want 1 rod going down. One is going to be wrapped in the same way as this, and the other one's going to have the gemstones on it. And I thought, well, what do I do with the other one?
Yeah.
And actually, all I did, once I kind of knew where it was, and let's assume this middle one will be exactly where it is, took my round nose pliers to the rod that I didn't want, which actually for this one is better the one that's closest, because then your gemstones aren't too close.
Okay.
Take it a little way down, I don't know, can I see sort of where that is, and start just kind of bending that round to the back.
Just kicking it to the back.
Just so you've got the it kicked right to the back.
Okey pokey.
And then just cut it flush.
Lovely.
With the back. Because that one isn't going to be, it is at the moment, but it isn't going to be the final wrap on that. I'd be wrapping down the second rod a little bit first anyway.
Okay.
The wraps aren't going to go anywhere. So that one would have the white agates on, and then this one is the emerald wrapped in the same way as the pink over the other side. And then you've got another choice to make over which drops you want to put where on the finished piece. But I just did an emerald, one of the pink quartzes, and a couple of the white agate drops. And just to, just have a bit of a play with it, really.
Yeah.
And then I think the final thing to say, and you might want to think about this as you sort of go around, is where you then hang the chain on. I did use the jump rings in the kit, actually. I think the jump rings in the kit are quite thick, so if you do struggle with them, it might be worth making a couple out of the 1mm.
The 1mm, okay.
That would be a little bit thinner to take through.
Brilliant.
And then just pop it on a bit of the chain.
Good tip. Thank you very, very, very much for showing us that, Teresa. They're beautiful designs, For me, it's wearable, but it's really stand out as well, isn't it? Thank you. We've had loads of lovely messages in for you. Do keep sending your messages in. Someone just messaging actually saying, have I missed out on the druzy? No, but you're close. It's at the bottom of your screen. LIGP58. Don't forget, we'll be recapping on that for the challenge as well. Last opportunity to get your hands on this now. If everyone checks out their basket now, you've definitely got it. If not, you're risking it. Do check out your baskets on this wonderful kit. You've seen the designs. It's really doable, and let's face it, they're beautiful as well, aren't they? They truly are. Teresa, thank you so much for showing us this. For people that have just tuned in, give us a little clue as to what to expect for your second designer inspiration in about half an hour or so.
Lots of knots.
Simple as that. There is lots of knots, you're absolutely right. Really beautiful knots. A cracking amount of knots. There really is. Thank you so much for showing us that. Now, after the break, I have got for you what Louise and a lot of others have been waiting for. My chain. I'll see you after this.
Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead?
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
It's the Why Work for Beginners course that I'm on today with Louise. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been a wonderful course, starting from very basics. Every question that we had for Louise, she's answered, and it's been a marvellous education in learning to do things with wire work.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and I have got something you have all been waiting for. As soon as those graphics get in, get yourself on the phone. If you do watch us and you saw a couple of days ago that we had this chain selection in, but in a different colourway, then take that price and take off £10, because that's the price you're going to be paying today. Get yourself on the phone lines. The graphics are in. NGAZ38, that is the code. These are your silver plated copper fancy 5-link chains, 40 centimeters each on each of these links. You have got such a variety in here. Let's take a look through one by one, shall we? Because they're all so different. You've got your cross shape here. Square cross shape, almost your star shape actually, isn't it? like a 4-pronged star that you've got here, each one held together by a jump ring, which is just beautiful, delicate, high shine, really beautiful shine on those jump ring in the center. You could use these individually or of course as a chain as they are. Slight variation now with the second shape. It's got more of a curved edge to these, and if you notice, the jump ring itself is twisted, so you've got that twist design on there. Again, it just plays with the light completely differently. Every single one of these has been really thought out. You can see that in the detail. Moving across slightly, we can see the flower shape that we have. The flowers, each one of these links are around 11 by 8 mil on these, and then as we're going across, you've got the pear shapes. So these are the twisted pear drops. I'm going to let you know this. 42 already gone. Should we get the price in? Zip it. Price. £19.95. When these were brought to you yesterday or the day before, I'm sure it was yesterday, wasn't it? When these were brought to you in the gold colour, it was £10 more because it was gold. But perhaps £29.95 slightly out of your radar. Well, if that is the case, you've got a tenner off today to get the same chain in a different colourway. Genuine copper, plated in silver, £10 off, £19.95 for you today. NGAZ38, that is your code. Get it whilst you can. You've got the drops that I was talking about, the pear shape with the twist effect, and actually it's this chain that lovely Gemma Crow has worked with to create a design that I'm about to show you here. So it's this chain in the gold colourway that Gemma Crow has worked into this beautiful design. You'll be able to see it up the side here. It's that pear-shaped drops that we've worked with. And look, she's even worked the chain here to wrap a cab. Isn't that exceptional? I'm sure she won't mind you me showing you the back of this either, because can you see how she's used these chains to actually cushion that cab into place simply by bending these over? If you've tried wrapping a cab with the thicker gauges like I have, it can take ages. It can take such a long time to do. I actually did one recently. It's my first wire wrap cab that I've done. And I tried to do this loop effect, but with wire, and I've got to admit, probably just to create the cab encapsulation, it probably took a good hour and a half, and then I had to do that twice because I wanted to attach it to do another side, so all in all, probably about 3 hours. The fact of the matter is, it's simply been bent into shape on this one, and it's using that chain that you can see there to encapsulate that. And then finally, you've got your ovals as well on here. These ovals are the double oval link, and these are 11 by 8, the drops. And as I'm looking, I'm just checking. Yeah, I adore that. Can you see how the twist is the same on the pairs? But they totally look different because the shape's different. And again, you've got your twisted effect mimicked in the jump rings on this one, but in this one you've just got that high shine, and these are your perfect rounds. So much thought has gone into this, genuinely. I've got some more designs by the wonderful Gemma Crow. Let's have a look, which shape have we used here? So this one is using the ovals, so the one at the end. Again, this is in the gold. Don't forget, we did these chains for you the other day. Am I safe in saying they were a sellout the other day, the gold? They were. The gold ones are completely gone. They were an extra tenner because they are gold plated. £19.95, you've got the silver. I've got 130 something, 134 left. Using the oval, which is the chain at the end here. It's the same shape and size, just a different colour. Lovely Gemma made this gorgeous ring. You know what, never just think as chain. You're just using them as a bezel set here, haven't she? It's just your own imagination. And don't forget as well, these are silver enveloping, basically, your copper, which means you can bake them. So, if you've got polymer and you've got t-shirt transfers, you know you can buy the t-shirt transfers from t-shirt shops or print shops. You can actually print out your own images of your family, maybe your own artwork, maybe your own drawings, maybe just pictures you've taken of wildlife that you absolutely love. You can put that, print it out onto t-shirt transfer, just on a printer, and then you can actually overlay that onto polymer clay. You can then inlay those pictures into here. Now imagine doing yourself maybe a charm bracelet with each member of your family, a photograph of each member of your family. Or what about for, you know, newlyweds, perhaps creating some beautiful cufflinks for the gentleman, maybe with a picture of the wedding day. Or what about copying onto these some words from their wedding day that were in, say, their first dance. Honestly, imagination can go crazy with these. Speaking of crazy, the phone lines. Double buyers left, right, centre. People with it just chilling in their baskets left, right and centre as well. Greater Manchester, Lancashire, Bedfordshire, Stirlingshire, Midlands, Kent, London, Cumbria, another Lancashire, Durham, loads more. All with it in your baskets. Please check out for me because I've got way over half of my stock gone. 121 left. And then if we have a look at this design here, this is another one that lovely Gemma Crow has worked with. So it's this chain at the end here to create these designs. In fact, it's this and the flower. So she's worked with those two together. This is from yesterday's designer inspiration. How stunning is that? So if you want to create these two looks, purchase them now. Maybe you missed yesterday. Maybe you were sunning yourself, having a barbecue. Get yourself these today. You can do this in an alternate colourway. If you want to create it in the gold, I'm sorry, the opportunity is gone. You've missed out on that. But you can do the same designs in silver. All you have to do is purchase these today, get yourself on YouTube and have a little look at yesterday's designer inspiration. Simple as that. I've only got 114 left now. This is your last opportunity. We know that they're going to be a goner. They're so versatile. And speaking of versatility, lovely Teresa, what would you do with these?
Well, actually, when I saw them over there, I thought, they might go quite nice with the challenge, Trucy.
Oh, I see. But, I see what you're doing here.
I couldn't really play that one again.
No, you've already tried that. We let you off once.
Yeah, I think you can just do so many different things with the chain. I think I would be inclined to kind of separate the links, use the links with kind of gemstones sort of held between them. Use them kind of, you know, individually, perhaps use them as pendants, just each of the links. Yeah, I mean, it's got such impact to have them all together as well. It's just kind of nice. We tend to work with really quite sort of thin, fine chains around the neckline. It's just nice to have something with you know, a huge impact right the way around the neckline.
Do you know what I've just thought of? Because you just made me think then. It's that time of year, isn't it, at festivals? Now, Glastonbury this weekend. I'm not going, massively jealous. Pip is, producer Pip. Ugh, not jealous at all. But I don't know if you know, but every single year, you know, festivals, they're a huge thing and there's massive fashion crazes. And you've seen this year, I'm sure if you keep your eye on things like Vogue and Chanel and all these big names, you've seen that there's been themes, even on the high street, running throughout. There's been a lot of metallic. Jean-Paul Gaultier started it off with his, what was it called, his fashion show in, I think it was the London fashion show that he did actually. It was earlier on in the year. You probably saw it, or you must have remembered me mention it. He had a group of, how many was it? It was 5 supermodels over the, no, 6 supermodels over the age of 60, and then he had 6 supermodels under the age of 16 as well. And you had all these really beautiful grey-haired supermodels in their 60s with mohawks, all dressed in silver, really, really high shine, really bright, really funky. So there's been a lot of metallics around this year, but there's also been a lot of flowers. There's been a lot of bold sort of floral prints, kind of bit of a vintage feel. You've got that kind of look in here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Great for festivals for that reason. Kind of high shine mix. 99, I'm into my double figures right here, right now. I really, this is your time to push. This is your time to get on the phone. Thanks, Becky, I've got mine. Louise, good on you, chick. I'm glad that you haven't been caught watching us at work yet. Maybe you're not at work. Maybe you're not working at the moment. Maybe you're on your lunch break. Oh no, late lunch break, Louise. I hope that's not the case. You need to get your soup and your sandwich in before 2, I think. £19.95. 96 of them left. That's it. Started off with way over 200. Did I? Yeah, 150 I started off with. You saw how many I started off with. Make sure you check it out, your baskets. I've actually got a couple of people with it in their baskets who had it in from the very, very start, which is so important that we don't do that. Just because you might miss out. We sold out yesterday, we're going to sell out again. How pretty, just really easily suspending your gemstones here as well. Oh, Becky, what a fab idea. Never thought of the t-shirt transfer in polymer before. I love any type of personalised design, and I want to do some for my son. Thank you. No problem, Kellyanne. Kellyanne, you've still got it in your basket. I don't know if you know, love, but make sure you're checking out. Kellyanne, I'm exactly the same, I'll be honest with you. I love personalised designs, I do. You know, I was talking about that bracelet earlier on that I said I've just kinked it wrong and a bit of the silver came off and you can see the copper, it's really annoying. That was with letter writing as well, because I love personalised jewellery, and I was doing a nice piece for one of my friends with name on it. Beautiful personalised, isn't it? It just gives you something special, doesn't it, I think? And also, I don't know about you, Kellyanne, or whether you find this, but when you give personalised pieces to people with pictures on or with special words to them, it's just a bit, they usually have a bigger reaction, don't they, because it's so thoughtful. Thank you for that, Kellyanne. Not a problem. Helen didn't want the gold and was hoping for silver, as I loved Gemma's designs. Helen, we're here for you, love. Not everyone loves the colour silver, do they? I'm personally a go-to silver girl generally as well, Helen, so I totally see what you mean. I hope you got your hands on a couple of these today. Pauline, welcome to the show, my love. How are you? Susan, hi. Hazel as well. Dora's got herself some. Joan, Anita, Linda, Vivian, Jan, Betty, loads of you joining us today. Hi everyone, I hope you are having an absolutely stunning afternoon. No matter what you do with these, suspend yourself some gemstones. Get really cracking. Do you know what? What about a bit of a choker idea, or a little bit? You know, I love a good headpiece, don't I? These are the headpiece. They'd be beautiful, wouldn't they? Really easy. Look at this, like this. Oh yeah, do you know what I was saying? Festival. If your festival theme was, check me out at V Festival. Yeah, I'm going. If my theme for V Festival was robotic flowers, then I'm sorted, aren't I? Aren't I? There's a niche there, I'm sure. 82 of them left. But loads and loads of you have got it in your baskets. Make sure you're checking those out for me, ladies and gentlemen. Last chance to purchase. We're going to be moving on. You've got £10 off the price of this today than you did yesterday. You've got the same selection, different colourway. Don't forget, your silver is precious metal overlaid on this. So not only is it strong with the copper, it's luxurious with the silver, and it's oh so usable. I'm sure you've all got your own ideas and designs out there. Last chance to purchase now. We're going to move on because there's loads of people on the phone for it. Once everyone checks out, we'll probably be in Last Chance Saloon, so best to get it whilst you can. Where did you say, love? Brand new strands. Oh, I like this. This is workable. This is a really workable strand. And it's brand new. Don't mind if I do. Faceted clear quartz for you here today. Do you know what this makes me think of? Sheila. Sheila loves a good white quartz drop, doesn't she? Do you know what? Give Sheila this and a bit of 0.4. She'd be entertained for hours, wouldn't she? She'd be making a tiara, she'd be making a fascinator, wouldn't she? Well, Teresa, what do you think of these, love?
They're lovely, aren't they? And I think because they're, well, they're not even white, they're clear, aren't they? They're just gorgeous. You could put anything with them. So you could go really bright colours, that pink quartz that I had in the last kit. Or you could go with your black gemstones, or you could go with something like aquamarine, and it'd just be really pale, really kind of icy sort of look. Yeah. You could just do so much with them. A little charm bracelet, a little matching ring. What do you think? Would that be doable? Don't see why not. Yeah. Using these, so say this is a chain, using these as your little charms,
because we all know how big charms are. We all know how massive and popular they are and how expensive certain ones can be, especially if you're going for the big charm bracelet names. That's a really cute idea. The thing I love with quartz, how do you fancy a bit of a sort of experiment? I call these the chameleon, and I'll tell you why. In fact, let me show you these. These are coming up in a bit. I've got 2 strands of genuine pearls in the next kit. Oh my goodness. But let me show you something. This is why I refer to them as the chameleon. So let me show you. You've got your blue pearls and your purple pearls, which are coming up for you in a bit. As I hold these quartz over the top, can you see how they take on the colour of each? You've got the beautiful purple pearls and the beautiful blue. And isn't it amazing that that colour just shines through? Look at that blue blast. And this is the type of thing that your jewellery is going to be doing if you work these together. It's special, isn't it? And that's why faceted quartz of this quality for me is just really exceptional, because it means that whatever colour you're working with, the quartz aren't going to detract from it. If anything, they're just going to highlight it. So, brand spanking new strand. No way is it. £9.95. Now, £9.95 for a brand new strand is exceptional. And then if you think you're going to pair it with different coloured gems like that, you're almost giving yourself, because it's sort of amplifying the colours of your other gemstones, so it's almost giving you more of a power pop, and it's just £9.95 for you today. That is so special. It's going to go with any skin tone. It's going to go with whatever you're wearing, because as we've seen, it's going to go through, it's going to highlight through, isn't it? What do you think of that, Teresa?
It does. It's, as I say, it is that chameleon. It's so reflective of anything that you put it with, whether that's something you're wearing, whether it's your clothes, or whether it is other gemstones that you're putting it with. It's just got such sparkle to it as well.
It really does, doesn't it? If you were to pair this with something, Teresa, what would you? Is there any go-to for this, for you personally?
I think it would depend on my mood, depend on what I was looking for, and depend on what I had, because it would go with everything. I'd be very inclined to put it with something like aquamarine, just because I think it'd just be a lovely combination, just that kind of pale sort of look, and go with the kind of the blues. But you could go really vibrant with pinks, reds, oranges as well. It would just give it a completely different look with the same gemstones. Yeah. So you could use it time and time again.
We've got a similar shape actually on the morning show. You had an ametrine on this morning. Very similar in shape actually. I think that'd go well. Because that's it, look. That's it from this morning. It's coming in at the bottom of your screen now actually.
You know that lavender amethyst?
I do.
That'd look lovely with that.
Wait, do I? Or am I just saying it? The rounds, the faceted rounds. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, we've got them coming up in a wee while. Got them coming up in a little bit as well. Oh. 4 o'clock, they're coming up. Yeah, you're right, amethyst. Those faceted amethysts. Oh, I can't wait. Brand spanking new, £9.95. Do you know what? It might be a gemstone that you have in your collection. It might be a gemstone that you have quite a few of in your collection. But this is a brand new strand, and it's always a go-to, isn't it? It's gonna go with anything. It's gonna go with everything. So get yourself another strand of it today. It's the first time you've seen this. It's gonna work with everything. At just £9.95. It's tricky to say no, isn't it? TUPO69 is the code. Right hand side. Bundle. This is a brand new strand. Well, I've not seen it before. It is. Okay. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. It's been in a kit before, a different kit before, but I've never seen this before. Okay. This strand, get in your mind, what do you think our most popular shape gemstone is? Have a think. There's a couple. One of them's hearts, another one's stars, and another one is flowers. You know the flowers that we normally have, the 5-petaled flowers? This isn't that. Oh my goodness, I need a ring of this. I need this strand in my life, and so will you. This is unlike anything I've seen before. Take a look. Look. Now let me show you, this is exciting. Ooh. Can you see that these aren't the usual flattened flowers that we have, are they? These have got a slight concave in the centre, and then if you have a look, they go down to almost what you could describe as a culée, don't they? Isn't that special? Look at this as a ring. This is what I'm saying about a prong set ring. Can you see? Could you imagine doing a faux prong set around this with wire? Because it sits up beautiful. The shoulders coming up over the top. Oh my goodness, I am in love. Oh, Scotty Bellotti Bean, you've just reminded me of that price. You've just reminded me of the price of this. Okay. Have a figure in your head for this strand, please. Put a figure in your head now. Let me give you the carat weight. 130 carats, rose quartz. It's in your 5 petal flowers. This isn't just a flattened flower that we've just shaped. This is hand carved intricately. The petals don't just go in a straight line. You've got that twist idea that goes into a concave section. If you imagine, you've almost got a table here going down to a culée point at the base, meaning perfect for prong set rings, meaning they sit proud for you. How much for this strand? If you're thinking in your head right now, £9.95 for this strand, keep that in your mind right now for me. Just keep that price in your mind for me now, okay? So you've got this strand. You've also got a double strand of aquamarine. Aquamarine. When we think of gemstone families, this is one of the ones that's really, really up there. It's from the beryl family. It's the well-known family. It is the kind of the big one. You've got aquamarine in this family, which we have here. You've got morganite in that family. You've got emerald in the same family. This really is a high-end family of gemstones, and you've got the beautiful aquamarine. Not only do you have a strand of aquamarine, you've got a double whammy with this. Massive length on this. I would be suggesting it's around 86 centimetres long. You'll definitely be getting around 130 carats worth, that is for sure. And these are your nuggets. So aquamarine, up there, isn't it? What are you thinking for this, for a double strander? Bear that in mind. Remembering you're thinking that's about £9.95, aren't you? And now my favourite. I love you, Opal, so much. Opal for me is just beautiful. I love Opal. Opal for me is like, oh, who's it like? Do you know who it's like? Lily Cole. Do you know Lily Cole? Anyone know her? The model, bright red hair, she's an actress as well. She went to Cambridge University, she got a double first. She's beautiful, she's intelligent. That's what Opal reminds me of. It's gorgeous. It's got a history to it, and you know what? If Opal was a person, I'd go out for a cocktail with her. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about here with Opal. And the fact of the matter is, you've got a double strand of this pink opal. Now, pink opal, have a look at it. When we talk about opal, sometimes what you'd imagine to see with opal, I'm sure a lot of you, when you think of opal initially, you'll probably be thinking of colour play, won't you? Pink opal doesn't necessarily have that, because pink opal is cut specifically to deal with this matrix. It's to highlight the matrix that you can see in here, and you've got that in abundance. It just goes to show the quality. Double strand of opal, these are no way near measly. These, I would say, are more medium-sized nuggets than anything else. You've got your double strand of that, your double strand of your aquamarine, and these only ever seen once before stunning little proud flowers. That is a ring. Oh my goodness. So, what did we say for this? £9.95, didn't we? If that was the case, boy oh boy, that'd be a stunner, wouldn't it? For that strand. 22 people who've purchased it at this price. Congratulations, because you're not paying that price today. Nowhere near it. If you've already bought it, you will only be paying the tiny £9.95. £9.95. All those 22 who've already purchased it, do not worry. You won't be paying the £13.85. The money will be all credited back to you. Don't worry. You too are only paying £9.95. Boy, oh boy. When you're thinking, were you chuffed when I said to you, you could get this one strand for £9.95? People then picked up the phone as soon as I said that. The fact of the matter is, you're buying a strand and you're essentially getting 4 strands for free, aren't you? That's the way you need to think of it. Because although these are on one continual strand, they're called double strands because they're double the length of our usual average strand. We could quite easily just put a knot in each of these and sell them as 4 individual, but we just do them as a whole. So you are getting 4 strands likewise here, aren't you? So like buy 1 strand, get 4 for free, 51 left, that is it. I cannot get over that price. I would be more than happy to spend £9.95 on my opal for a double strander. Do you know what, in fact, no matter how you think about this, it's like buy 1 strand, get the others free, isn't it? At that price point, 47 though, and there's loads of you on the phone, and there's loads of you with it in your basket. There is a minor queue, but do you know what? When you're getting this selection, it's worth it. Can I have a little price workout, please, Scotty Bellotti Bean, for 5 strands? Because although these are 1 strand, we understand that, they are realistically 4 strands here, aren't they? Because if we put a knot at each end, and we cut them up, they would be classed as a strand. $1.99, $1.99, $1.99, $1.99, £1.99. Think of the work that has gone into these. Think of the work by Mother Nature, the work by the people hand carving these. That is so exceptional, and do you know what? The love and work has been done in these for you, hasn't it? Very little more you need to do. £1.99. People are going to miss out. People are missing out now. People are taking from baskets. I'm nodding like a nodding dog, but they are. Oh yes, oh no. Do check out your baskets for me today. 35 of them left at £9.95. I'm gonna have to move on because there's so many people on the phone lines, and basically it's a sellout. If you all check out now, you've got it. What is OR? Oregon, do you reckon? Hello, Oregon. And Hampshire, equally as exotic, I'm sure. Everyone check out your baskets for me. Right, honestly, this designer inspiration bundle is special. Look at these little beauties together. Let's give it a twist. Look how beautiful. Do they work together? What did you think of these gems when you got them delivered through the post?
Well, I mean, after the first kit as well, I thought that was it. That was kind of, you know, I'd peaked really with emerald, and then to find that the second kit had two strands of pearls in it, that was just, you know, beyond really. They're so gorgeous.
Yeah.
But then it puts a little bit of pressure on us as designers to kind of come up with designs that are worthy of the gemstones, really. And I think you've done it. I really do. In fact, you definitely have. There's no thinking about it. You absolutely 110% have. So these are the gemstones. I really want to focus on these, so let's have a little look at the added extras as well. This is 10 meters worth of your 1 mil in your beautiful turquoise that we have here. Really, really stunning, bright, beautiful colour for you. And how nicely does that work with the pearls? Special, isn't it? You've also got 10 meters worth of your 1 mil in the antiques bronze. Little bit of a juxtaposition here, but when you see how these work together, I think you'll be very, very happily surprised at how great they go together. And you've also got the antiques bronze finding pack. So in here you've got loads and loads of goodies. Of course you've got the 115 findings in total, and you've also got my favourite toggle clasp. Absolutely adore this toggle clasp. It's the one that's got the really smooth outer edge, but then it's got the twisted kind of rope detail on the T-bar,
and also on the inside of that loop. If you are interested in doing things such as your lariat style necklaces as well, this would be absolutely perfect for that. It really, really would, just because it's such a design feature. Make yourself an asymmetric design, and also then if you're creating a lariat with this, with anyone with dexterity problems, you've got no issues whatsoever. Now, my gemstones that I've got for you are very, very special because it's such a variety. First off, let's start with the pearls, shall we? Because I have got two beautiful, beautiful strands for you here. Now, I know I keep telling you this and I keep giving you information on this, but it's very important that we keep you up to date. Paula and Hannah have recently been to Hong Kong. They went last week, and if you were on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page, you may well have seen their photographs, and there was loads of photos of the pearls, and there was loads of information about how their price is just rising and rising and rising. I've got a few slides just to describe that to you as well. So essentially what's happened is there was a film out in April that was called Vanishing Pearls, and it was a film essentially about lots of things that have happened within the world, some man-made issues such as oil slicks and some natural disasters, and how that's affected the number of pearls that we have. So according to reports, in places like China, there has been such a dramatic drop in pearls in just the last 4 years. It's gone down by about 60%. Now, the graph that I'm about to show you highlights that drop perfectly. These are the last 4 years. So starting with 2010 and ending in 2013, you can see the numbers at the side are your yields. So from just from 2011 to 2013, that is a yield drop of 60%. That is a huge amount. Now, what happens when yields go down? If you can't get your hands on it, everyone wants them, yields go down. Prices are going to go up, aren't they? And they go up so dramatically, you're looking in areas at around a 40% increase. And when lovely Paula and Hannah came back, they've said that on top of that, from what they've seen when they went to Hong Kong and what they've been able to get their hands on for us around the Christmas period, we're looking at taking that up by an extra 20%. And that, don't forget, is with suppliers that we have got an amazing relationship with. There's nothing we can do about it. Even we have been told that we are going to be looking at, for our next set of purchases of pearls, around a 20% rise in the price. It's just the way of the world. Today, though, because we got these pearls, not this time around, obviously, it's going to take a few months to us to get our goodies from this time around, this trip around, but because we got these before all of that increase, before that massive dramatic increase, I'm still able to honour you the prices that we purchased these at. I'm still able to do that. You've got these two beautiful strands, and you've also got this stunning strand, 100 carats worth of the white agate in the 6mm. If you got the kit earlier on, you know the kit we had earlier on with the rounds, those were your 4mm rounds of the white agate. These are your 6mm rounds of the white agate. How great are they going to work together? So your price on screen is the original price. That is taking into account any discounts that might be on at the moment. 2 strands of pearls, your beautiful lilac, that gorgeous deep rich blue. You've got your 1mm turquoise wire at 10 meters and 10 meters of your 1mm antiques bronze, as well as your findings pack. Now, because this is the antique bronze, we know this is the higher priced finding pack as well. Your price altogether for this should be £35.65. I need to give you a heads up, it's a cracking price drop. I also need to give you a heads up, I've not got that many. This is your discount code. If you use this before 9, you won't pay 35. YMGC24 discount code, you'll be paying just £21.95. That is a price saving of over £13. Looking around £13.70, isn't it, at that price? Something like that. Designer inspiration, this is what we do here. This is what we do. We're able to bring you about £10.47 for a strand of pearls. Oh my gosh. So if you work this out at £10 something per strand, that means you're getting the rest of this for nothing. Free. Zero. Zilch. Nout. Nada. That's amazing, isn't it? You're getting a strand of genuine gemstones, 20 meters of wire, And antiques bronze fountain pack, which normally we know this is the higher price. This is normally the £9.95 price point, isn't it, on this fountain pack? Because it's got the antiques bronze over it. £21.95 you're getting for all of this today. Genuinely, the price of this kit right now, in a couple of months' time, you'll be lucky to just buy the pearls for that price. I mean, really, really lucky. Really lucky. In a couple of months' time, if you can buy 2 strands off of at £21.95, I would seriously suggest you jump on it. Genuinely. £13.70 is off. OMG. I love pearls. These are defo going in my basket. Loving the show, ladies. But my bank isn't liking the show. Lol. Colleen. It doesn't matter, okay? Your bank might not be liking the show, but as long as you are, that's all that matters. And it's quite nice sometimes to get friendly with your bank manager, isn't it, if you need to? Just give them a call, explain to them what's going on. I'm sure they'll be really, really helpful. I'm sure. £13.70 off. Think about that. That is your saving for the day. What else could you do with £13.70? You could get yourself a meal at some places, couldn't you, with that saving? My number's going down, and I've got double buyers as well. Scott's just said, very technically, that number is tootling down. Technical. Tootling. I like that. It's cute, isn't it? I love that. 52 left. Get your hands on it while you can. Double buyers again. There's loads of you getting your hands on this. £13.70 saving. If you're lucky, in fact you won't, I know the prices that are going to be coming up in the next couple of months for our next purchase of pearls. You know what I'm like, always straight with you. You won't be getting pearls at that price each one. You'll be looking closer. Paul has just ordered a massive batch and the price point's nowhere near that. You won't be able to buy 2 sets of pearls in a few months' time. It's just the way of the world. It's not us, it's the way of the world. You won't be able to in a couple of months' time. Genuinely. You cannot argue with the world, Director Chloe. You're right, love, you're right. And you know what else you can't argue with? How beautiful these lovely knot designs are. They're fab, Teresa.
Thank you.
Give us your inspiration.
Well, I think, quite a long while ago, I did Celtic knots project. And this knot was actually the sort of the little bit that was just kind of added extra in the chain. And I've been asked about it. I've kind of used it in sort of bits and pieces since then. I've been asked about it and just thought, right, let's just kind of, focus in on it, what you can do with it. Because I think even from the start, I'd sort of thought, you can do it with 1 strand of wire, definitely do it with 2. You can do it with 3. I haven't got 3 here, but 4. So it was actually worth just having a bit of a play with, well, where can you take it, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Yeah, and you can see its development, can't you? You can see it's a nice mixture of it as well.
Yeah.
I think that's so beautiful, I really do. 50 opportunities left to get your hands on this. That is going superbly quickly. Where are we going to start with this lovely design?
Well, we're going to start with the single strand because it's actually the same knot right the way through, just different strands, okay. And then sort of changed around in terms of the way that it's used.
I get you.
So I thought I'd work my way up. It gets a little bit more fiddly when you've got kind of 4 strands, just because you're trying to keep them in order and keep them flat. So the 1 is the easiest thing to start with, and I'd recommend we're starting with that.
Yeah.
Too.
Fab. Okay.
The 1 is as the bracelet right at the end is going to be, and the turquoise wire is so soft that it's actually worth starting with that as well, just because it's so simple to actually do. So all you actually need is a piece of the turquoise wire.
Handy, okay.
The longer it is, the easier it is when you're starting. I think I have actually used about 10 centimetres worth quite easily.
Okay.
This is about 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you weren't sure what you were doing, start off with a bit longer piece, just till you've got your hand in, really.
Okay.
And all I'm going to do to start with is make a P shape, or actually I'm working the way that I normally work, so it's backwards P, but it doesn't actually matter. So we've got P shape, just round the wire,
Yeah.
like that. And it's crossing over from the way that you're at it. The bit that I'm working with is crossing behind the upright.
I see.
So then we need another loop going back the other way and crossing over the other side. So it's now in front.
So that's going in front of it now.
Yeah.
Right.
And then taking the piece that we're working with, which is probably getting a bit short by now, we're just going to take that back up and through the loop that you first made. So again, it's just crossing over the opposite way to where you've been before. It's tying a knot, basically.
I see, yeah.
So that's what we've got.
Okay.
So we've gone sort of under, over, under and over. And then taking 2 sets of your pliers, all you need to do is pull.
Now, I would think that that'd take the colour off.
No, I haven't had any problems with the colour coming off of that. So, and then
Just
all
goes
you've got
to show the
knot.
quality,
Yeah.
actually, of this wire, because I would expect that to chip. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's just runs smoothly against each other. It's absolutely fine.
Fab.
And then if you want to make that into a link, all you need to do is chop off the ends to the required amount. This is the only thing with it you sort of feel like you're losing a fair bit, but save them for other bits and pieces, jump rings, links, so on and so forth. And then
so you're leaving approximately 5 mil there, aren't you?
Well,
4,000.
Yeah. Upwards, whatever you'd usually make a loop with, really. And then I'm actually sort of making the loops in 90 degrees to the plane of the knot, if you like. And as this is coming sort of backwards, I'm going to turn this one forwards. So just turn a little loop at the top there.
Yeah, I see.
Oh. And then the other side, because it's coming through the other way, I'm losing the ability to actually hold it and show you stuff now. And so that's coming through forwards, so I'm just going to turn that loop backwards.
So they're pointed in the
opposite
directions, yeah.
And that's actually the single link then done.
Get you. So you can see there's one forwards and one facing backwards for you.
That's the sort of side-on view. And that's the single link you could make, as I've made into the bracelet there, or you could link them all together, make it into a chain. I've used it in one pair of the earrings as well, just one of the knots.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so make of it what you will. Use it in a variety of different kind of forms.
Fab.
So that's the single knot.
Easy peasy.
Done.
I love that.
And yeah, so it's worth getting your hand in with that, because that is the knot, and it's the easiest thing to do with just one wire.
Fab.
Then we move on to 2 wires.
Okay.
We're moving up, and I'm going to use two different colours, just to make it a little bit different, really.
That's a different flavour.
Yeah. I mean, you can, as I've done on the necklace, you can use the same colour. But it's kind of nice to have the 2-tone, and then you can actually sort of see it a little bit better. You can't see it against my top very well, but you can see it a bit better.
Yeah.
But we're actually doing exactly the same knot. We're just trying to keep them flat to each other.
Okay.
So we'll start off making that P shape once again and going behind. And what you actually find as well, it's quite useful if this is quite rounded. It makes it a bit easier to tie it.
Okay, good tip.
But try and keep it kind of smoothly round. If you've got a bit of a kink in it, I've got a little bit there, it may well translate a little bit later on. So round again, and then back round to the front.
Okay.
And just keep checking that they are actually staying sort of flat to each other. They like to sort of move about quite a bit, but just keep them in hand, really. And then pop those ends through that loop again, and we've got the basic knot. And then in order to tighten this, if you pull, I will actually show you, if you, this might prove me a liar, my pliers do actually grip as you'd expect, because they are sort of, jaws, do grip one side rather than the other.
I know what you mean.
So if you try pulling them both together as you did the original one,
I know one will shrink down quicker.
One will hit this, my bottom one, it actually has come out completely. So it doesn't help an awful lot. So what you're better off doing is keeping hold of the knot, just keep it entirely sort of in your hand, and then pull what will be the inner loop at the bottom, the one sort of closest to you, that side. Just pull that so that this loop is getting smaller.
I see what you mean.
And then pull the other one
a little
to
catch up in
to
a way.
catch up with it, so they're kind of together now.
I see.
Turn it round, do the same that side, and go slowly. Don't try and do it all in one go. It's not worth it.
No.
As you see, because I'd kind of changed it before, we've got this one that's still away, and I want it a little bit smaller anyway. So we'll go with the middle one, the inside one, and then the outside one, and that's taking this one down. And just keep going until you get it to the size that you want it to be.
Okay.
So
I suppose maybe if you're making, say, a pair of earrings with this, how did you get them exactly the same size? Did you draw a round one? Did you just do it by eye?
Just by eye. So I've got that one sort of there or thereabouts. It's wanting to sort of come out on itself, and I've got some here that I've done already.
Okay, fab.
So as you can see at the moment, this one's still a little bit larger than this one is. And if you're doing either earrings or the bracelet, I'd recommend getting to this stage and getting them all the same size, there or thereabouts, before you kind of carry on and finish them off. Because you might find you just pull one a little bit too tight, and then the others you've got to just adjust again to catch up.
I see.
So let's see if I can get this one just sort of the same kind of size. So just keep going, just keep sort of pulling at it. So I can't do it kind of backwards, unfortunately, because it's the wrong hand.
Fine.
So, and you do need to keep sort of, and you might find, as I've just done, trying to do it too quickly, that the outside one has now kind of gone too small.
Taken over.
Either just push it back out again and carry on, or adjust that centre one to catch up.
I get you.
And then just keep sort of going. The more you kind of hold it in place, the better, really. Let's try this one. I think I'm around about there now.
Okay.
More or less. The right size might be slightly large, but I'll go with that. And this one, because I've been kind of just sort of mucking about with it, you can see it's a little bit sort of further out than that one is, the other way around as well. And you will find actually with the two, if you wanted to alternate the colours, so I've got here the brown on the outside, the bronze on the outside on this one, and the turquoise on the outside on this one, you do actually need to start off with it that way round. Because it does matter. You can't kind of turn it and get the right way.
No.
If they're the same colour, you can.
Yeah.
Because you'll have one that sort of, the loop's going this way and is sort of, it's coming underneath, whereas the other way, if the loop's going that way, that's coming outside. So you do need to kind of just keep in mind which side they're starting
get you a
from.
good tip.
And then it depends what you want to do with it as to what you do next. So for the earrings and for the necklace, I wanted them to sit kind of upright, really.
Yeah, I see.
So what you need to do to sit them upright is to take each of the ends that are coming out at a bit of an angle at the moment and turn them so that it's vertical. So all you need to do is just kind of pull them till you've got to that vertical sort of side. Keep playing with it until it's sort of the way that you want it to actually be.
I see.
And that's absolutely fine. And then chop them off, turn the loops as before. Or if you wanted to do the bracelet,
this one?
That one.
Yeah.
You actually want the loops to be at the side of the knots.
I see. Can you see they've got the side ones here? Yeah, I see. Okay.
So for that, instead of the ends being vertical in the way that they are at the moment, you're actually pulling them the other way. And I'll start from one that I've already kind of got. That's where it was when you sort of finished making the knot.
Yeah.
So now you're just turning these so they're coming out at the sides.
So it'll sit nicely against the wrist line, won't it?
Yep.
Or wherever you're placing them, I suppose.
Yeah. And obviously with this one, the slight issue is that you've only got one loop either side that is going to, if you kind of attached it here, it would want to kind of turn that way naturally anyway. So what I did was made the loops and then had a jump ring in these two bits to actually attach the pearls in.
I see. Fab. I have just been, my eye has just been grabbed. Not literally, because that'd be odd.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow! Look at this. I don't think I've seen this since the birthday show. Orange wire, anybody? I adore that. Oh my goodness, how nicely does the orange and turquoise actually go together? How funky is that?
That is gorgeous.
Wouldn't that be gorgeous in this design?
Yeah.
I love that. So this is your 0.6 orange wire. I've got a crack-a-lacking deal for you. I'm just going to squeeze in now before we carry on with these designs. I can't believe that. I love this. This is zesty, isn't it? That is hot. That is summer. I adore it. You've also got your gold here as well. This is your 0.8 that we have here for you today. You're right there too, you know.
Yes, I'm just dropping things. It's all right.
Casually trying to have a water. Just
yes,
drop your lid. It's all right. It's all right. 0.8 and 0.6, handy to work with together, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the thing we always kind of talk about particular gauges, but it's really useful to have a nice kind of range of all the gauges for different different opportunities, different gemstones, and different uses. I use the 0.8 quite a lot. I mean, you can use it for the knots like this.
Oh, can you? Fab.
Yeah, yeah. I've used 0.8 in those knots with no problem whatsoever before. Fab. And it's really good for kind of making findings, making your earring findings and that kind of stuff. 0.6, obviously just scale down a little bit, so some of the gemstones you can't get the 0.8 through, you can get the 0.6 through.
Yeah.
It's thin enough to be able to kind of weave with, but then you can actually kind of scale it up with twisting it for structural pieces as well. So it is quite versatile, and it is actually strong enough to make your findings with as well.
That's perfect then, isn't
it?
Oh my goodness, orange findings. I'm there. Not only have you got these little goodies though, I've also got some tools in here for you. I have got your steel block. Don't forget, Gemma Crow, £6.50. £6.50 she posted this for. You're getting it today with everything else, no matter how much you buy, for just £2.95. You've also got your hammer here as well. This hammer has got your flattening sag. Now, on your first designer inspiration, you said you hammered that a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you use?
Yes. That hammer, indeed, yes.
This hammer, indeed. And you used your flattened side, did you? Just to change that, the strength?
Yeah. I mean, it was just to strengthen it a little bit and flatten it just slightly. I just find with the wraps kind of going round for the gemstones, it just holds it in position. If you've got sort of slightly squared wire rather than the completely round, it tends to sort of want to rotate around the round wire. So it just holds it in place a little bit better if you've just got it ever so slightly flat. It doesn't have to be very flat. You don't have to sort of go with it hammer and tong. You don't have to give it too much welly. Just enough to give it just that little bit of an edge.
Brilliant, that's absolutely perfect. And if you do want to do that, you've got the hammer and the block, perfect for that. Also, just to let you know, on the hammer, if you haven't had one yet, you use the ball point end, and that can give you a beautiful vintage feel. And then you also have your gizmo here as well. Perfect to create gizmo coils with your 0.8 or that orange 0.6. Don't forget, that's your should be price, $28.25. How do you feel about £10 off? Because I can do better. Your price today isn't over £28, it's £14.95 for you today. That is a stunner of a deal. You got your hands on a really unusual, beautiful wire that we hardly ever see. I don't think I've seen since our birthday show a few months ago. You've got a massive discount today. £14.95 is all you're paying. Your discount on this today is, what is it exactly? I know it's over a tenner, isn't it? Obviously, it's over a tenner. Is it like 14? Hang on. What is the discount on this? Because I've just thought, £13.30. You're almost saving the same amount that you're buying it for. That's crazy, isn't it? £14.95 for you today on your tools and the wire. It's an absolute stunner. Treat yourself to it today. £14.95. Right, let's carry on, lovely lady. Where are we headed?
Right, well, I just want to tell you a little bit about kind of turning loops when you've got two wires, because again, no matter what pliers you use, they don't tend to kind of hold both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
I do tend to use my bail making pliers for this, just because you've got that same diameter right the way up, and it means I can use the tip, which is quite handy for this one. If you use your round nose pliers, you can still do it exactly the same way. It just makes this a little bit easier. Really. So all I'm going to do, actually I will chop them off first. I do normally kind of, I've got a little measure for this sort of thing, so I'll guess it. So get the ends kind of trimmed to be able to do it, and then I'm just going to take one of the ends in my pliers and turn that loop around, and then I'm going to turn it around actually, so the tip isn't sort of butting up against this one basically. It's not in the way of me turning the other loop, and then you can just turn that one too. So if you do them separately, you might find you can do them together, but particularly if you've got round nose pliers, you just wouldn't be able to. They'd be different sort of sizes. So then you've got the loops ready to go on that one.
Brilliant.
And then I guess we should probably scale up. Oh no, actually I shall do the pendant, because that's a double one as well.
And slightly different knot, is it?
It isn't actually.
Oh, it's not?
It's the same knot, but once again it's worked slightly differently.
I see.
This is one that I've made, that I just made. It's slightly smaller than that one, and what I've kind of done in terms of making the pendant, I just kind of thought, well, what if, and you know, just have a bit of a fiddle really, and see what happens. This the top wires I want again to make the bail, so I'm just going to turn those upwards so it's sort of sitting fairly upright, and then all I did with the bottom wires, because I knew I didn't want them, you could actually have them down and then put a dangle on that loop, but I didn't want them there. I wanted to try something different, so this time all I did was turned that up to the top, so it's actually going round the outside of that knot.
I see.
And then you just get almost a completely different
You're right, it
shape.
looks totally different. It does. I thought it was a different knot. That's fab.
And then in order to just kind of lock that in, these came round this this top wire and just got kind of chopped off, just to hold all of that together, and then this made the bail. I think I kind of turned it sort of forwards and then made a bail out of it properly with my pliers, just to kind of hold that sort of together. So if I just chop off the major bits of the ends, and then you can kind of see where it's sort of headed to. Pliers just to sort of dangle it on, and that's all you've actually got in terms of the pendant sort of bit itself. And then you can do what you like with it really. You could use any of the loops to sort of dangle bits and pieces from, but I just kind of used the bottom loop, a little bit of the chain that was actually the extender chain, and then just put some of the gemstones on there as a little sort of cluster.
It's a beautiful, beautiful little detail, isn't it? Really pretty.
So just made it, you know, completely different really.
Yeah, it gives it a totally different feel. It's almost got a bit of the treble clef about it as well, what we thought earlier on.
Yeah, I did kind of wonder what would I need to do to actually make it into one, because it was so close.
It's really beautiful.
Okay, so we've done the one, we've done the two.
Yeah.
So I think it's time to kind of have the 4 wires and see where we get to with
Step
that.
it up. Okay. So we've done the 4 on this, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah. That's how I've tended to use the 4. You could actually turn the 4 ends in loops, and then use it in a similar manner to the others. but I just wanted to make a bit of a bangle out of it. And I have made this bangle before, but I just kind of left all of the wires sort of loose around the side because I was just kind of playing with the idea. So I've kind of taken it a step on with that one.
Okay, beautiful.
So if we start with the knot, and then we'll see where we get to.
Why not?
So we've got 4 wires.
Yeah.
Funnily enough.
4 wires.
With a 4-wire knot. And they are excessively long. And you're better off, I mean, if you wanted to do this, you're better off doing it with long pieces of wire.
Okay.
And then chopping off the excess, because actually trying to get the knot in the middle isn't the simplest thing. You can get it there or thereabouts.
No, I can understand that.
But actually, if you're not worrying about exactly where it's tightening up, you're better off. So this
and you could always use the scraps, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, well that's why if you wanted to do this, do it first, and then you can use the bits you're chopping off for the other knots.
For the bangles and base, yeah, love that.
So what I actually wanted to do, and I'm not going to play ball very easily here, is to put the 2 bronze wires on the outside of the 2 turquoise wires, and try to keep them flat like that right the way through. Okay. It's not the end of the world if you don't, you just need to kind of go back and put it back again, really. And I'm going to start, because I tend to tie the knots with 1 wire, I'm going to start a reasonable way down. So I know I've got enough bangle, enough to make the bangle on this one. That will tighten anyway. You will be pulling some of that out of the knot as you tighten the knot. And then you're just working in exactly the same way as before, making that P shape. And as I say, what you will find is that the wires want to cross over. So I've got the P shape there, but the wires are all kind of crossed. So you just need to keep sort of getting them back into position. This one wants to actually sit on the inside, just to be.
If they really were irritating you, could you masking tape them at this point?
I think you could. I have a feeling that they might still want to cross themselves over inside.
What if you have a really stern word with them?
Will that help? I think that might be better.
Okay, good.
Once you've got that sort of loop, and this is quite a tight loop actually, you could probably start with something a little bit less tight than that loop.
Okay.
But once you've got it kind of there, you can actually hold both ends together, as I've got down here. It makes it a little bit easier, but then you've got to do exactly the same thing again with the other loop. So you just sort of take your time and work with it. If they look like they want to cross, sort of stop and press them again into that sort of plane. You find that basically because they're in one sort of flat plane, actually holding them together will keep this. Just when you take your fingers off of them, that they then decide they want to cross over. Okay. And obviously because of the where you're not holding them, the curve, that's where they tend to want to sort of cross. So it's just a matter of keeping going with it, really. As I say, I've made that first loop quite big, because what you want to do with these ends is get them into that loop. So we can make this one a fairly sort of sizable route round and try and keep them somewhat where they should be as we go.
And looping it through again.
So I'm looping it through. They have moved a little bit at that point, but now we've got the knot tied, so we can go round and check that they're all actually sitting where they should sit. And they are actually reasonably behaved at the moment.
They are actually, they're sort of staying where you want them to.
So that is where we're at, and I'm only holding it with 1 hand. This is a bit of a worry. Look, 1 hand. Yeah. Look, no hands is probably a really bad idea.
Yeah, that's worrying.
And then we're going to tighten up exactly the same as before, starting with the inside, which is, funnily enough, the one closest to my free hand.
Yeah.
Then the 2 in turn, the 2 turquoise, and then the outside one, and we're just going to keep going round until we've got the knot in place.
Okay, brilliant. Just before you start pulling on those, we're really low in numbers of the hammer, the block, and the few extras as well. So we're going to have to bring you in another selection of goodies, namely 200 meters worth of coloured wire. I'm just laughing because my director Ben's going, Scott, where have you gone, Scott? Just chatting. Oh, he's chatting. Oh, all right. I thought you'd run to the vendor or something. I'm bringing you 200 metres of your coloured wire. Now, this is your 0.8. Could we?
Yep.
Create this with these looks, with this gauge? 0.8 on each. So could I do a 4 knot with 2 turquoise and 2 blue?
Yeah.
How do you think that'd look?
I think it'd look gorgeous. I mean, obviously, instead of the brown, you'd have the blue, or you could change it around and have the turquoise on the outside, or you could go sort of alternate if you wanted to with the 4.
Love that idea.
You can kind of, you know, play about with it really.
Yeah.
But because they're kind of similar colour tone, you're obviously then going with the blues. It does give it a different look.
It does give it a different feel, doesn't it?
They do work really well together. I have put them together before.
Very mischievous and just see. Let me just sort of oh yeah, they do work beautifully together actually, don't they? You imagine those twisted together with the wire twister tool? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Uh-oh, Scott's just said he's going to follow what Dion does because she loved blues, but Scott loves them also, and he wants to try and beat her. Okay. That she should be priced, of course. It's 200 metres of 0.8 and it's coloured wire. It's not going to stay that price though. Scott's not telling me where it's going to go, so your guess is as good as mine because I cannot remember from this morning's pre-production meeting. Scotty Bellotti, £21 summit saving. £21.95 saving. That's only £22 off, isn't it? What do you think of that?
That's brilliant. I know, obviously, I use a lot of wire. Fairly, you know, I don't think I'm giving away any secrets there. I've done quite a bit of wire sort of stuff. But I just find having the 100 metre reels is perfect. You've got enough to just be able to play with whatever designs you want to. You're not worrying about running out of them. Now we've got both of the twister tools, both the little tool and actually you could use the little tool with 0.8 or the pliers. Then you want fairly long lengths to be able to kind of twist together and play with different sort of combinations of them.
You're absolutely right, absolutely right. And like you say, sometimes it's great with the kits to just have 10 metres worth, but say you love this design and you know you want to recreate this design we're doing right now over and over, and you want to have a go with these colours, then you want to get yourself 100 metres. I'd say especially if you're, you know, using your own imagination, coming up with your own things. Sometimes things don't work. Sometimes you waste quite a bit of wire. Obviously it's never waste, you can save it of course, but it's handy sometimes to have this much wire. A nice opportunity, stunning little deal, almost £22 off today. It's £27.95. Make sure you're checking out your baskets today. This is Blue Day, 100 of your blue wire and 100 of your turquoise, both in the 0.8, £22 saving, pretty much £27.95 for you today. Lovely. So you've got your knot in place.
Oh, got me knot.
I've been really annoying and made you hold it in position. I've just remembered. Picked the worst time to pause you.
Yeah. Now obviously we've got quite a big knot because we've tied it quite large, and actually in order to kind of get a decent shape, the larger you start the knot, the better. Okay. But then you've got quite a long way to go in terms of tying it up.
I see, yeah.
Don't be tempted to try and get it to the size you want in one go. It isn't really worth it. You might be able to do it, but it might go out of shape, and then you kind of, or you lose where you're at, because the wires want to kind of ping really. So you're better off to go steady.
Slow and steady wins the race in this design.
So, and obviously this is quite large to even hold at the moment. But actually you might be able to see, if I hold it a little bit further up, the wires at the bottom actually pulling tight. So we'll go with that one, just go up that far. Then I've got to figure out which one the next one is. That's the one. So just take that up to the same
so you can just see that base of the loop of the knot is shrinking.
And then the final one. And we've kept them all in the same sort of flat kind of area. And then we just turn the knot round and do the same thing with the other side of it. Okay. And these are wanting to cross already, so we'll get them flat first.
So you're just pushing that turquoise in the middle again.
Yeah, it's one of the bronze ones wanted to go and talk to the other one, I think. So, and you will actually see at the moment.
See it at the bottom, can't you? Could you see on there? You see it moving up? Yeah, you can. Scooch. And then scooch it up. Perfect.
That one's not quite sort of sitting where I wanted it to. There we go.
So you're just evening them out, aren't you?
Yeah. And until you get to the point where you're there or thereabouts, you don't need to worry too if there's a little bit of a gap, because the next time you pull it, you can correct that anyway. Yeah. So you don't need to worry. As long as they're in the right order, you don't need to worry too much until you're quite sort of close in.
Wonderful.
And what you'll see at the moment is this one is quite small in comparison with this. I might want to kind of pull that twice, 2 lots of it, just to get it in the same sort of size. We just carry on doing that, and it's fairly low-key TV, isn't it? So I won't carry on too much because I've got one I made earlier, which is kind of handy. But we're sort of, we're getting there. So we're sort of about halfway, and you can make it as big or as small as you want it to be. Okay. That one is fairly dinky, really. You could make it larger than I've made it. You could actually tie it a little bit tighter than that if you wanted to as well. But I've got one of similar size. Mm-hmm. Here's one I tied earlier. So that's where we've gotten to after some pulling on each of the loops just to tighten them up. And the tighter it gets, the more inclined it then is to actually stay in its sort of flat shape. Okay. So then all I actually did to keep it there is to grab my nylon jaw pliers.
We have still got some available.
And as I said, great, quick. Get them, go and order some. And just sort of go over it and just kind of press it into shape, just kind of settle the wires. Mm-hmm. Now, because I'm making this into a bracelet, I actually want that to be slightly domed as well. Okay. So it isn't just sitting completely flat.
So it kind of snuggles the wrist. Yeah,
just to kind of shape it to the wrist a little bit. So again, with the nylon jaw pliers, I'm just going to go in, hold it, and just start bending it that little bit. If I sort of do it onto camera, that might.
Nylons are at the bottom of the screen right now. $4.95 for those. KOZX72. That's your code today. Nylon jaw pliers.
And you can just take it to, however you want it to be at that stage.
And really important, I would assume, with these colours, you don't want to scratch when you're bending, do you?
No, I mean, you could possibly do it with flat nose pliers. I would be inclined to put masking tape on them. Having some of these just around.
Easy peasy, done.
Just so much easier, really. So then we've got the knot done, and we're ready to kind of wrap. I'll just go through the wrap. You can, again, wrap whatever style you want on it. Yeah. But I'll show you the one that I did, just because it's a slight variation to the norm, really. So if I just get a little bit of the 0.4, get the right end of the 0.4, otherwise I can't undo it.
So this is for the weaving section that we'll be doing around the side here.
And I'm afraid I can't remember how much I used. It possibly wasn't the full kind of 1.5 meters. I probably took that off, but I didn't actually need to use that much, because you'll have 2 lots, one each side, obviously.
I see.
And it is, I have a feeling it's what Karen calls the Aztec weave, but I'm not 100% sure.
Possibly.
But it's just a slight variation just in terms of kind of the numbers, basically. So I'm just going to start off, because what you've actually got with that coming, that's the other thing, obviously. If we had it straight as they're coming out at the moment, what we'd end up with is the knot slightly sort of askew, which you could have. That's absolutely fine if that's how you want it. Or if you wanted it a little bit straighter, obviously, as we did before, just push those wires so it's a little bit squarer. Mm-hmm. Entirely depends on the look you want. Mm-hmm. But what you'll find is, whichever way you sort of do it, there'll be one of the wires that sort of, where it hits the knot, it's a little bit longer, a little bit further in than the others. So that's the one I tend to start on, just for the sake of it, really, just so there isn't too much kind of bare wire happening. So I'm just going to put that in. You don't need the tail for anything, so the tail's just to hold on to. I'm just going to hold on to that at the back there. And I'm going to go around this first wire, and it's going to want to sort of sit behind everything, so I'll sort of pull it out, because you can obviously move it back around. And I think it was 5. Yeah, I think I've got a thing about 5s this week. I decided to have 5.
Why not? It's a nice number. It looks good to the eye, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So you're starting off with, let's say, wire 1, which is the antiques bronze wire with 5 wraps.
Yeah, and that's got my 5 wraps on it. Obviously this one, just because it's where the tail is, wants to come out a little bit, so it's worth just taking your time to kind of neaten those up. As I say, it doesn't really matter where on the wire it is, because it's moving up and down quite freely.
Yes, I see.
Later on, you'll just need to make sure it's in the right place before you finish off. But I tend to leave things where they're more or less supposed to be, just to make life a bit easier, really. And what you can do at this stage, again, just to keep track of your wires, is the outside ones I tend to bend sort of reasonably far down, and the inside ones I'll bend out in the right direction but a little bit further up, and then I know
that does make easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know where I am. I know where the middle is, and I know where these sort of bits are, so wherever I need the weaving wire to go, I know which between wires I'm trying to get to.
I see, fab.
So we've got 5 on the outside, and we want 2 then on the next one. So we're just going through the middle of those wires, and then over that one twice.
So you've gone over the antiques bronze wire, which is your number 1 wire, 5 times. Then you're going over the turquoise 2 times.
And then...
So that's number 2, you'll go over 2 times.
Wire number 3, you're coming back round to go over 2 times.
Yeah. And then back to wire number 4.
And then on 4, we'll go 5.
Yeah.
5 wraps round. And that's the only sort of difference between the kind of standard sort of stepping sort of weave.
I get you.
Just having those extra wraps on the bottom wires, on the outside wires, just sort of steps it out a little bit. I think there is a one of the stitches on the sewing machine that does that, and I can't for the life of me think what it's actually called.
Not seamstress.
But yeah, I want to say dog tooth, but I might be completely wrong.
Oh, I know what you mean. It has got kind of the hound tooth effect to it a little bit, actually, doesn't it?
And then once we've done the outside wire, we're coming back in with 2 wraps. 2 wraps on our original number 2 wire.
Yeah, got you.
And then back up to the first wire for 5 wraps
for
again.
5 again, beautiful.
And you're just carrying on right the way around
until it fits you,
yeah.
I presume.
Yeah, if you leave a little bit at the end there for the clasp, if you want to have a clasp, this is actually sort of solid enough to not need a clasp.
I was going to say, when I tried it on then, it felt sturdy.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to have one. I just sort of thought a bit of a design feature, really. And just to kind of talk you through the end.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because obviously I haven't kind of got to the ends. Just pick that one up. We've got the wraps kind of coming round, and then I put one of the little agates on one of the turquoise wires.
Yeah.
And made a little loop and wrapped that loop to put the clasp on.
Yeah.
So that's sort of one of those. And then obviously we've got 3 wires left that we need to decide what to do with.
I see.
All I did was turned them outwards in little loops just to kind of sit there, and then adjusted them a little bit, because obviously you've got one that's missing out of your original 4 that you've put the agate on. So just kind of moved them across a bit so it was a little bit more even.
Fab.
And that was that.
And ta-da, essentially, ta-da.
Yep.
The beautiful design is finished. It is something I would say beginners could have a go at.
Yeah.
It is something that looks more intricate than it actually is in a way, which is wonderful. It's absolutely great thing about it. Teresa, thank you so much for showing us this. It is your knotted design. It's beautiful collection that you have here. £21.95. Teresa's shown you how easy it is, but it's such an eye-catching effect. It truly is. Now we're heading over to a break. Teresa, tell the truth. How's your challenge going?
I've got a pendant. I've got to find a chain for it.
I've already seen that pendant. I can't believe you've done that in minutes.
I know, and I'm not quite sure what to do because I kind of got so sold on doing that pendant. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do now. So yes.
So stay tuned to find out. After this break, I have got goodies upon goodies upon goodies, including a massive tote bag bundle. I'll see you after this break.
Even when you've got a pile of emerald that looks like this, even some of the larger gemstones, which are mainly reserved to put into jewellery, if you hold one of the bigger stones up to the light, you'll notice that only part of the gemstone is light and gem-worthy.
Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
The name tourmaline comes from the Sri Lankan word turmali, meaning mix, because this colourful gem was often confused with other gemstones. Sri Lanka was also responsible for tourmaline's first appearance in Europe when it was sold to the Dutch traders in the 1600s.
Hello everyone, welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and boy oh boy we are gonna hurtle through our last hour because I have got too many treats to fit in, and that sadly means that our tremendous, oh so lovely, very talented guest designer Teresa hasn't got much time to play with the challenge. It's going well so far though. That piece you've created is just exceptional.
I'm just enjoying playing with the druzy and sapphires, really.
Simple as that. I have got a recap on the druzy and sapphires coming up. Brand new strand of sapphire druzy, don't forget. That's coming up for you in a bit. But let's start off. My producer is in the hot seat now. Whoop whoop. I've got Helena in the hot seat. Where are we starting, my love? We're starting with your howlights. Ooh, bundle of 3. Now, Helena, this is a bit of a treat, this one. Tell me why you're loving this one so far, Helena. Why have you picked this one first? What's it saying to you? Helena says, very beachy and summery. On board with you there. How summery is this collection together? You have got 3 oh so beautiful gemstones in here, and they just work perfectly together, don't they? You've got 180 carats worth of your white magnesite in here, these beautiful drums. Now magnesite is known for having this internal structure, this essentially a matrix with those beautiful grey areas in there. It's a really lovely twist on your classic monochrome effect. It's slightly more subtle, which I adore about it. 13 by 8 mil. You've also got these rose quartz, 20 carats worth in here, 3 mil on this strand. 30 centimetres in length as well, which means you've got plenty on here. No spacers, don't forget, as well. Just gemstone on gemstone on gemstone in there for 30 centimetres worth. Bead looms on tomorrow, guys, don't forget. Cracking size for that, really, isn't it? You've also then got your carnelian, 85 carats worth of these carnelian drops. They're from 5 by 3 to 10 by 5, and these are the carnelian drops. Carnelian's a beautiful one because you get such a difference in the body and colour, and a lot of the time you'll get the really pale ones and then the really honey toned ones, but these, to me, they've all got a similar amber quality to them, don't they? And actually you can see that they've got really interesting internal inclusions like you might expect from amber. So if you were lucky enough to get the amber that we had on a couple of weekends ago, what about pairing this with that? Pastel Crush. You've got 3 strands. JOGC89 is your code. Let's jog to see your price. Should be £11.85. Oh, that's a cracker of a deal for these 3 strands, actually. But today for you, it's not staying at that price. Of course, it's designer inspiration. It's your pastel quartz. We're going for all 3 strands to a tiny £7.95. I need to know how much that is per strand. I've not got my maths head on. What do you think of that price? £7.95 for 3 strands. Magnesite, which we hardly ever see. Carnelian, gorgeous amber tones, and your rose quartz.
It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? I mean, carnelian particularly, I always kind of think is actually quite a high-end stone in its own right. The rose quartz is just gorgeous. It's not, you know, kind of just ordinary, bog standard, normal rose quartz. It's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, you'd pay that for each one of the strands, I think.
You really would, wouldn't you? The fact of the matter is, though, it's working out at just over £2 per strand. £2.60 something per strand. That is so exceptional. JOGC 89. That again is like a buy one get 2 free price, isn't it? Genuinely, how often do you see magnesite? Very, very rarely will you see this, but you are today. This is exceptional. Loads of you getting your hands on this today. £7.95. That is a price not to be missed. If you were to work with these together, Teresa, what kind of things would you create? Would you have a theme? Would you have a location? You know, how do you think you could work these together?
It does sort of kind of speak tropical to me, actually.
You're right.
Just having that kind of injection of the orange from the carnelian really kind of hots it up, I suppose. So that would be really nice to work with. I'd probably, I'm a bit of a silver sort of a girl, so I'd probably put silver with it anyway. And then that, you know, that's kind of a quite a clean sort of background. It means that the colours from the gemstones are the ones that are doing all the work. But yeah, they're just gorgeous together, really, aren't they?
They really do work well, and at that price point, it's special, isn't it? It truly, truly is. If perhaps you're looking at these and thinking, I actually wouldn't generally buy, say, the magnesite. Maybe, let's face it, we don't all love every single gemstone. That would be ridiculous. Variety, spice of life and all that. Maybe magnesite isn't the one you'd usually go for. Well, this still is perfect for you. because you've got carnelian in there, which if you love carnelian, you'll love. If you love red agate, you'll love. If you love your ambers, you'll love. And then maybe you also love a little bit of a feminine, girly touch. You've got that there with the rose quartz. But then you still get to try out something a bit different. Let's face it, you might love, you might not. You could still create something for someone else that they'd adore. And at £7.95, realistically, you're getting genuine gemstones for under £3 per strand. It's an exceptional deal for you today. Get it whilst you can. Plenty of you checking out your basket. Make sure you continue to dosu. JOGC89 is your code on that for you today. £7.95. Now, hang on. I've got something really special for you here. Can you remind me of the price point of this? I cannot get over that. Okay, what I'm about to say to you, you need to just hold in your mind for me before I actually show this to you. Emerald. When we talk about emerald, we're talking about a lot of treatments generally. Let me just run a few of them for you to kind of get into your mind. So heat is done a lot because it changes the colour impact mainly. Another one that's done a lot is doublets and triplets, which essentially is, so imagine for me, let's do a doublet first. This is a treatment on gemstones. Imagine for me, my hand here is an emerald, and then my hand here is a piece of glass. They get attached to each other, and then when you look through the glass, because it's glass, it takes on the colour of the emerald, so it looks like you're getting this much emerald. You're not, you're getting that much, but that's what a doublet is. And a triplet is the same, but it'll have another layer of glass underneath it as well. So you're getting, in a triplet, you're getting 1/3 emerald. So that's another treat that's done. Another treatment that is done a lot to emerald is filling. Now, filling kind of does what it says on the tin. A lot of emeralds are filled. That's for a couple of reasons. That's one, to make it more durable, but also it's to give it a transparency and to change its look. So that means that with emeralds, sometimes in Mother Nature you'll get, say, little, obviously these are microscopic little cracks essentially, and they get filled up with a glass or a glass-based substance. So again, in those strands, you're not actually getting 100% emerald. All of these, and actually more, there's oiling as well, there's loads of different treatments on emerald. All of those happen a lot. In fact, for emerald, on the market today, around 96 to 99.9% of emerald has treatment. That's a massive amount, isn't it? This is natural. Totally natural. 110% natural. No heat, no doublets, no triplets, no filling in this, no nothing. Now, why does that mean so much? Well, it means so much because you are getting yourself something that around 96 to 99.9% of other emeralds can't say. That's what you're purchasing here. You're purchasing something that is very, very, very rare to get your hands on. Another thing that you're getting here is you're getting an emerald which, unlike 96 to 99% of the world of emerald cannot say, you're getting it natural, but also when you are getting natural emerald, you need to be expecting on the market today, it's in between minimum 25% price hike and around 50%, between 25 and 50% price hike because it's natural. But today, you're not getting that. Your price for this today is just £14.95. This is 100% emerald. This is just emerald upon emerald. This is what 99% of emeralds cannot promise it is. This is natural. Totally and absolutely. 110 carats for you today, £14.95 for you. Ooh, hello pretties. How cute are these? Not a gemstone now, an organic. Your beautiful pearls. Take a little look. These have got just a delicate hint of colour, haven't they? Just a delicate little kiss. Is it a lilac-y tone, would you say? Lavender tone. Quite a good size on these as well, isn't it? Good size. 9 by 7 mil these. Because don't they always look like perfect rounds? If I'm rolling them around, they almost do, don't they? 9 by 7 mil on these lavender cultured pearls. CCPO 57. You know all about pearls. We told you earlier on about the yield of these going down, the price hike that's taken place. Pearls are something that have been oh so popular in 2014. Your price is going to be a popular one as well today. Your price? Isn't that? It's going to be, in a couple of months' time, it's going to be not £14.95 today though. £9.95 for you. That's under £10 today. You're getting £4 off, essentially, aren't you? Lavender cultured potato pearls, 9 by 7 mil on these. Don't forget, £2.95 postage packaging for the whole day. CCPO 57, that is your code on these, and at just £9.95, it's a stunner. Teresa, what do you think?
Gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah.
They go so well with the pearls that had in the kit as well.
Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, they'd work really well because those have got a bit more impactful, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I suppose that's the only thing that they might kind of take away from the gorgeous kind of delicate colour of those. I mean, they're really nice actually. If you tend to go for kind of white pearls, but aren't so sure about coloured pearls, that you've just got that kind of hint of colour rather than you know, that real kind of whammy of the teal or the lavender ones.
Exactly, which is why they just work.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore this strand. And also when we're talking about pearls, it is that kind of really high-end colour as well, just with a little hint there. Lots of multi-buyers on these. As always with pearls, we always get multi-buyers because you guys know how popular these are. £9.95 for you today. CCPO 57. Check out your baskets for me, everybody. Thank you very much, West Midlands, for checking out your basket. Loads of you getting your hands on this today. Honestly, the price of pearls is just set to increase. Fact. You know, it could be, it's probably going to be the next month or so that you're going to see a massive price hike, definitely before Christmas. At £9.95 for you today, though, it's going to be one of the last times you're going to see pearls of this size at this price. Oh, a lovely Helena, producer Helena thinks they'll go nicely with the lavender amethyst. What do you think? Ooh, pretty. We've got for you, these are coming up now actually. These are your faceted lavender amethyst. How great would these go with that druzy? Because they're a similar size, aren't they? In fact, we nearly put these in the challenge earlier, but then lovely Teresa just hinted at the sapphire, so we thought, why the heck not? So we gave them to her. 10 mil. So these are the same size as the druzy, those druzy coins that I brought to you earlier on, that I'll be recapping very, very soon. That's it, new strand. 260 carats worth of this lavender amethyst that you have here with us. Really seductively sparkly, isn't it? High faceting as well on these. It's a really nice workable shape and size. You are GP96, 260 carats worth we have here. Like little disco balls of light, aren't they? Let's show you them next to the druzy, in fact, 'cause I've still got my druzy here. Look at that. How cool is that? Do you love it? Price today. Brand new strand, premier price, is not $11.95. Premier price means the first time you see it's the best time to purchase. It's not £11.95. It's not. Premier price, if you don't know what premier price is, £9.95. Premier price means the first time you see it's the time to get your hands on it. It's one of those things that means £9.95, now's your time to purchase. Because what the worst thing is sometimes is, you know, you see a strand that you think, oh, I love that. And then you think, oh, I'll wait a couple of months till it's down in price. You don't need to with the premier price. The first time you see it's one of the best times to buy. £9.95. £11.95 it'll be the next time you see it, or when you purchase this on our website after 9 o'clock. It's £9.95 for you now. If you're on the website now and you're watching back at night, take a little peek, see what price it is. If it's still £9.95, treat yourself now. URGP96 is your code for you now. These huge chunky ones. Oh my goodness. Just look at this strand. Look at the graduation on that. And the colours. Ooh. Isn't that beautiful?
That's absolutely gorgeous.
I've not seen this before. What do you think of doing with this? Lovely Teresa.
Well, I always think it's quite weird. I've had graduated strands before, and your natural inclination is to kind of restrand them exactly as they are, which is absolutely perfect, because then you've got, you know, you kind of the larger ones in the strand in the middle, you know, just at the front. But actually, separating them out, wrapping some of the larger ones and then using some of the small ones in kind of support is perfect as well. And you've got so many on there.
You have, haven't you?
You could probably do both, actually.
That graduation is amazing, because you've got from 7x5 to 18x12. That is huge. That's nearly 2 centimetres of genuine gem. That's amazing. 420 carats worth of these. That is a stunner. You've got this strand. You highlight that graduation. It's just amazing. Wow. You've also got, oh, these would go perfectly with that amethyst I've just had on, wouldn't it? Similar, same size and shape pretty much. This one is your beautiful blue agate in the 10mm round. How great does that go with the amethyst I've just brought you? It's the same strand, just different colour. And you've also got some aragonite as well. Wow, it's been a long time since we've seen this. 320 carats of this beautiful gemstone. These are your plain rondelles. 10x6mm. I've already got people purchasing this, possibly because you've seen the graduation, possibly because you've seen that we've got aragonite back on, and possibly because you just love how well these work together. Your price for all 3 strands today should be £20.85. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Mix and match. It's not $20.85. Your price today is just £14.95. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold that in. £14.95. Mix and match is definitely the word for this. What do you think of these, Teresa?
I just think they're really gorgeous together. I mean, you tend to sort of get a little bit scared of colour sometimes, and just want to kind of separate them out, and you just do your kind of your blues together, and then that kind of, it's a pink and orange combination. It's just gorgeous. But actually to mix them all up together just really works. So I think I just want to kind of play with the colours a bit, really just be brave with the colours, and yeah, use them all together. Oh, it's so lovely.
Isn't it? It's really, really special. It's just a gorgeous collection for you today. £14.95. Got some text in. Wow, Wilma Flintstone will be after the huge boulders. Lol. And I absolutely adore that. You're right, I do know what you mean. They're huge, aren't they? That biggest one as a ring. Yum. Katiana in gorgeous Cumbria. Let's have a look. Katiana, you're like me, aren't you? Subtlety, not necessarily our middle name when it comes to jewellery. You're totally right. Look at that as a ring. Possibly even in a kind of the button style. Oh my goodness. Do you love it? In gorgeous Cumbria. Beautiful idea. I absolutely adore that. This is just such a selection. Hello, lovely ladies and gentlemen, getting your hands on this. Still plenty in baskets. Do check out. Do check out. You know it's important to check out because you're only going to be paying £2.95 all day. That's it. Until midnight tonight. That's all you're paying. And also, if you check out, makes my producer and director very happy. Just does. Does. You don't have to keep telling me. £14.95 for you today. Helena says it would make her day if you checked out, guys. So make her day today. If you're from Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire, Dumfries and Galloway, Greater London, Surrey, all those places that you know you've got it in your basket, just make sure you check out for me, everybody. And you multi-buyers out there, hello, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day, and I hope you've got some lovely ideas for these as well. I really do. Pete, not spoken to you today, Pete. Any ideas? What would you do with this today, Pete?
Well, no, I agree with the Flintstone comment. I really hatched onto that.
Did you? The Flintstone comment. Yeah. You caught onto it as well, did you? Could you see Wilma in these?
Yeah.
Who was your favourite Flintstone, Pete?
My favourite, Barney.
Barney. You totally strike me as a bit of a Barney. The best impression of Barney I've ever heard. I adore that. Pete, go on, please. Ben would like to know if you do that impression again for us. No, go on, Pete. Do you want to? It's Ben telling you, not me. Go on. Director Ben saying, go on, go on.
Oh, great. It's fantastic. Don't know, that was it.
Pete, I've missed you today. I love you. Thank you very much, Pete. See, if that doesn't get your ideas going, I don't know what will. £14.95 on this 3-strand bundle today. Lots of interest in there. That wasn't me who told you to do that, Pete. You know it was Director Ben. You know. Okay. I've got a special strand here for you now. A special strand that's very, very, very close to Steve's heart. Now, if you don't know who Steve Bennett is, he is CEO, founder of the company, and he is, sometimes he works on gems actually, sometimes he does some shows on rocks occasionally, and he absolutely adores Heliodor. So much so that I've got a little quote from him actually, if we can have a little look at that on the slide. Now, this is a quote from Steve, so feel free to read through it yourselves. I'll just highlight some of the areas. He says, direct words from him, in my mind, I have an image of natural yellow diamond and I'm always sourcing pieces of Heliodor against this image. So whenever he's getting his hands on it, that's what he's looking for. He also said he's probably turned down around 95% that he's seen. So with that in mind, take a look at this beautiful strand, because you already know that what I'm about to show you has to be up to those exacting standards. Wow. 95% have to have been checked and turned down to get here. This one has made it because it has those beautiful qualities to it. It has got that power pop of colour. It has got that zestiness to it as well. It's high shine, it's beautifully worked and faceted. 125 carats worth of your Heliodor here in your elongated dropship price is special. £21.95 for you today. What do you think of that? Boy, oh boy, oh boy, I tell you what, if you were going to be buying yourself yellow diamonds, you would not. You would not, would you, be paying that? No chance. £21.95 for you today. There's 125 carats worth of it here. I'm thinking, what about, you know, obviously at home, what about mixing this with a little bit of silver? Or also, in fact, what about juxtaposing it a little bit with some of the turquoise that we had earlier on, just to bring out that freshness? Or what about some of the beautiful blue wire that we've had on recently? Like a springtime plume of these beautiful sunshine tones. I think it'd be gorgeous against the sky blue backdrop. 125 carats worth here. It is genuinely one of Steve's absolute all-time favourite of gemstones. £21.95. That's all it is today. To you. How? Look at these. How unusual is it to get clarity in rose quartz? You are today, though. This is a special strand, isn't it? Wow. What's my price point on these? 95 carats worth you've got here, and these have got beautiful clarity to them. Now, clarity is really unusual in rose quartz, isn't it? Normally you're used to those kind of almost silk-like inclusions. Do you know what I mean? All those silky-like layers. And usually they're semi-transparent rose quartz when we think of them, and sometimes they're totally opaque, aren't they? This has got transparency to it. Now, you know, I'm not going to lie to you and say that these are eye clear. They're not. That would be a complete and absolute lie. They're not totally eye clear. You can see that, I can see that. It'd be a shame to ignore it. But what these are is transparent. They are totally transparent. You can see that. You can see my finger highlighted behind them. Totally transparent. They are also a beautiful example of how a gemstone itself is grown and how it's put together. It is a transparent gem. It has got interesting inclusions within there. It's also high faceted, which is just, I think it just makes it so beautiful. It almost draws your eye in initially. 95 carats worth is your rose quartz graduated faceted pairs. Your price today is £11.95. Or is it? We're not staying there. Your price today. That's the price it should be. You've seen it at that price, but not today. How do you feel about not paying nearly £12, but in fact just paying £8.95? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 I've got. That means these are working out around 89.5 pence per gemstone. That is an absolute stunner for you today. EORU13. Teresa, what do you think of these?
They're gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, I have to say, actually, the rose quartz that's been on JM recently has just been absolutely stunning. As I'm used to kind of buying rose quartz, and yeah, it's generally opaque, but actually, I mean, I love rose quartz, but it tends to be really quite sort of thick looking, I suppose, because it's so opaque. And then once you kind of get the transparency in there, it just takes it to a whole other level. I think there was one strand that I've had previously, and I wasn't entirely sure if it was rose quartz or if it was morganite. It's just that extra, you know, extra level above what you'd normally kind of think of being rose quartz. They're just beautiful.
They are stunning, aren't they? They are absolutely spectacular. And genuinely, to have that much clarity to... When did you do that? Scott made me, is what Helena is saying. Wait, these should have been £11.95. Okay. Just get yourself on the phone, basically. It should have been nearly £12. You're getting it for £6.95 today. That means that these are working out at 69.5p per one now. That's it. There is loads of you getting your hands on this. This is the time to purchase. You won't be seeing this price again because this is in the door and out the door, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? This could be for you. Let's say you did 3 pendants, 2 pairs of earrings. In fact, 3 pairs of earrings. Yeah, so these could be your earring strands, the 3 at the end here. And then you've got 3 pendants to match. So you have got an earring and necklace set 3 times in here. Now, say we're doing that, so a pair of earrings with this, because you've got 3 pairs of earrings there. So we all know the go-to price generally that we say that people like Mark Smith does and Sammy does for a pair of earrings is £5 per pair. So you've got £5, £10, £15, and you've used 3, which means you would have these 3 left as a pendant. How much are you selling a pendant for? How much? It's over a £5, isn't it? Even if we're playing it safe and let's say a £5, you've already got £15 from the earrings. You've now got 20, 25, £30. £30 worth of money you can sell these for. At £6.95, you are getting your money back times what? 3? 4? 5? Almost? £6.95 for you today. This is a really serious deal for you. Actually, I've just counted. You've got another pendant in there as well. So what's that? £35. £35 profit could easily, and that's not being over the top, that's not being over the top at all, easily be created with that. £6.95 though is actually all you're paying. Hello triple buyers, hello double buyers, how are you today? Get your hands on this whilst you can. 95 carats for £6.95. Let's have a look. Ooh, pretty example of sunstone here. Have a little look. Helena says she loves sunstone. Why is that, Helena? It brings out the sunshine. Is that scientifically proven? I like the idea of that though, I do. It kind of adds a little bit of, it almost has internal sunshine and internal glitz, doesn't it? That's known as adventurescence, and you've got plenty of it in this beautiful strand here. Really gorgeous example of it. Now, when we talk about this internal inclusions, this glitter, this adventurescence, can you see it spinning around on the thing, on the slide there? Now, can you see all those little almost golden amber coloured dots? Do you see them all? Those are actually glittery. Can you see on that one just coming across now and going under the graphic? They are glitter, and code on this sunstone, it's 85 carats, should be price £9.95. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been buying it at £9.95, because today you're getting it for a special little price. Very special. It's not £9.95. It's not even £8.95. It's not £19.95, ignore that. Graphics don't like being told to go down in price. £6.95. We've taken the 9, we've turned it round, and that's your price. £6.95 on these today. That is so exceptional. Sunstone is something that we kind of get in batches, don't we? And the quality of sunstone is going up and up and up. Now, Labradorite, of course, has won our awards 2 years running now for your favourite gemstone, and I believe with Labradorite, one of the reasons that you'll love it so much and why it's won 2 times is because our quality's gone up. Our quality of this has gone up as well. The rose quartz is at the bottom of the screen. Which was this the drops? Oh yeah. It's this one at the bottom of your screen. Hang on. It's this one at the bottom of your screen, that rose quartz that we're showing at the bottom of the screen now, $6.95. We've matched the price with the sunstone. They'd be beautiful together actually, wouldn't they? Really pretty. This is at the side of your screen right now. RU06, that's your code. I am RU06. Hello. Oh, anonymous buying 4, you cheeky devil. I love it. Loads of multi-buyers out there, in fact. £6.95. It's a deal on genuine gemstones that, let's face it, you might get used to. That's just natural, that's human behaviour, isn't it? To get used to seeing stunning prices and kind of getting used to them. Do your research, because I'll tell you something for nothing. Genuine, untreated sunstone, 85 carats worth, $6.95 anywhere else? No. Not until today. 85 carats worth of your sunstone. This one now, is it, love? Did you say? Yeah, tote bag. I promised I'd do this for you. Your tote bag, you absolutely adore it, you love it. Let's do the quickest ever run through of things on here. Go. Badge. 2 pockets that open. Turn around. You've got a zip, 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 zip. Massive zip, huge zip. Look, I can even zip it. Look at that. I can get 2 hands in there, no problem. Not that you're going to keep hands in there. Again, on the same side. Go. This side, you've got yourself, look, a little attachment here that unattaches. Hang your keys on, hang your strands on, hang whatever you want on, and attach back on. Another zip, hidden zip, hidden zip. There we go, 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 go. Cuddly toy. You've got your ergonomic handle at the top here, easy peasy to hold. And then you've also got your alternating size over the shoulder handle. And then you've got your centre section with all of this space. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you can get so much in here. Right, we all know how big the nylon jaw pliers are, don't we? If I put them in here, look. Where have they gone? They don't even take up the tiny bit of this. Look, they're just here, relaxing. Just relaxing in there. But look how much space, that gives you a good idea, doesn't it? And then you've also got the folds at the sides just to pop them in if you want. Amazing. And then you've got your 2 bead boxes. If you're brand new to us today, these you're gonna love. I'm sure you've seen our guest designer use them many, many, many times before. You've got the necklace aboard, loads of measurements. Lots of little handy pots for you to keep your pieces in. You've got your ridges to help you design some ideas and looks. And then you've got your bracelet board. Lots of the same things, but with your really go-to bracelet sizes. Price today is a stunner. No. How do you feel about buying the tote bag and for these 2 boards paying just £0.0. Your price today, you buy the tote bag, you get your bead boards for free. Your price today is just £17.95 for you today. Jewellery Makers for Beginners it's called, but I tell you what, you all know how usable this is. I know loads of you have got a couple of these. You have some at home, don't you? Some of you have some at home just to keep things nice and neat, and then you might have one in your car for, you know, going back and forward to your trade shows, or going forward back and forward to your craft stores. You might even have one sort of down the back of the sofa just for a little last minute, oh quick, where are me things? I know you've got one as well, haven't you?
Yeah. They're just so useful.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are really useful and handy to have. The board boxes too. Have you got any board boxes at home?
I haven't, and I really do need them. I mean, I've got quite sort of flexible mats that just stop the beads rolling around everywhere. But because, particularly when I'm doing projects, I've got 2 on the go, always at the same time, if not more.
Yeah, of course.
You can't just kind of move them, whereas the boards, they're solid.
Yeah.
So you can actually just keep sort of moving them around and
you know it's all going to stay in one place, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, if you've already got these, I'm sure you'll know, stack them. We've had loads of our guest designers just stack them up. Get your hands on this today. It says for beginners, but it's for everyone. You know it, I know it. And buy one, get 2 goodies free. Treat yourself, why not? THGC65 Jewellery Maker tote bag, bracelet and necklace board. Scott's just asked, should we make it even more accessible for everyone? I don't know where we're going. I don't know where. £14.95. Basically, we're giving this to you. We're saying buy the tote bag, aren't we? Buy the tote bag, buy the beadboards, and we will give you money. That's what we're saying right now, isn't it? Because you can't even buy this for £14.95. I don't know what else to say, so I won't. What did you get up to this weekend? Pete?
Me?
Yeah, you Pete. Oh, no, the other Pete. Yeah, Pete, what did you do this weekend?
Went to a buffet.
You went to a buffet?
Yeah.
Did you? Tell me more.
It was good. Chinese buffet.
Chinese buffet. I adore that. Yeah. I saw you at another buffet. Really? Thursday buffet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had a buffet together, didn't we? We went for training about something very, very exciting that's happening in our family, let's say. Tell you more at a later date. Lovely, 2 buffets in 4 days. Pete, that is how life is. That is cool. Loads, are you getting your hands on this? Teresa, how's your challenge going, sweet Pete? I'm going to be coming to you in probably about 5 or 7 minutes.
Pretty well. I've got 3 pieces, so...
Oh my goodness, you have!
Yeah. I'm just wondering if I've got time to do another one. So...
You've probably got about 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah, you've probably got loads of time. £14.95 for you today. Loti, you're getting this. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Hang on, I've got to do a recap. That's not very attractive. I'm just going to put this on the floor. We're doing the silver, the recap. Lush. This is a quick recap because we've had people messaging in saying, oh, how do we get involved? You've got these 5 chains here for you. We brought them to you early on, quick recap, because a few people have thought they've missed out, but we've got a handful or 3 left. So we're going to bring you these now. Let's have a quick reminder if you've just tuned in. You've got your twisted ovals, flattened, with your oval detail jump. You've got your pear-shaped twisted ovals with your plain detailed jump ring. You've got your flower shape with the oval plain jump ring attachment. You have got almost a 4-leaf clover shape here with your, actually, do you know what I've just noticed? This is every other, hang on, what's that called? Alternate, that's the word. Alternate jump rings, look. So you've got one plain, and then you've got one twisted, and then you've got one plain, and you've got one twisted. That's gorgeous. And then you've also got the larger detail. I think this one's described as a star shape, and it is your beautiful 11 by 8 mil on those links. Your price for all 5 today was just £19.95. We did the golden colour the other day. This is £10 off that because it's gorgeous plated silver on the top there. We had loads of people coming back in for this. Hello, lovelies. Hello, everybody getting your hands on this today. Hello, who lives in... Irene. Hello, Cheshire Chick. How are you? Irene. Gosh, I hope it's still sunny in Cheshire. It was really, really sunny when I left this morning. What time did I leave out this morning? About 7:30. Really getting properly sunny when I was there. Oh, we're going to treat me to a bit of opal, are we? Really? It's Peruvian. I haven't done Peruvian opal in yonks. Oh. Hello, pretty. Oh my gosh, I just love you, really. There's something about opal in general that just gets my heart racing. Have a look. This is one of the things I love about opal. You see the side? Isn't that gorgeous? You've got the jewel colouring there. You've got a little bit of interest there, haven't you? But then wait, just flip it. Totally different. You've got the matrix here. That is one of the things we look for in Peruvian opal. It's also one of the things we look for in pink opal that I had on earlier for you. You're looking for that beautiful matrix, and you've got that exceptionally here. Another thing I adore about opal is the variety. Look at all of these. This is all the same gem, but look at the variety. You've got limes in here, you've got aquamarines, you've got emerald tones in there, you've got amber tones, chocolate, caramel, coffee in there as well. What a variety of exactly the same gem. Another thing I adore about this gemstone is kind of the history and the past to it, how it used to be seen as bad luck and now is just seen as completely the opposite. It's seen as a good luck gemstone. And one of the reasons for that is its internal structure, essentially. Each one of these opal that I have in my hand right now will have an internal content, a liquid content of between 3 and 23%. That's an amazing idea, isn't it? That you're holding a genuine gemstone in your hand, but around 23% of it could be liquid. It's an internal fluidity unlike any other. This today is going to be yours for an absolute deal. Get yourself on the phone right now. £9.95. £9.95 for genuine Peruvian opal. It's a stunner. 65 carats worth you have of this here today. It's got your limes, it's got your chocolates, your coffees, your ambers, it's got your aquamarine tones, it's got your emerald tones. It's special. VHRU 40. 10 by 7 to 15 by 11 for you. It's genuine opal. This is a cufflink strand, I think. This is a cufflink strand. It's also a ring strand, isn't it? What about an earring strand too? Oh my goodness. Feel a little bit posh and Bex, right? How's about you create for yourself, or, you know, if you're a gentleman, maybe create for yourself a pair of cufflinks, or if you're a lady, maybe create one for your partner. How about creating yourself a matching pair of earrings to go with said cufflinks? Posh and Bex. Go to a ball, matching. It's not just the celebrities that can do it, ladies and gents, not just the celebs. £9.95. VHRU 40 is the code of this. Got some more opal? Yeah, I don't mind if we do. Oh, I adore this opal. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You know, I was talking about that internal fluidity. You can almost feel it with this. Just take a look at one of these. The clarity. You can see my finger running behind that, can't you? Those clearest areas that we can see here, that's where you'll be looking at this internal percentage that was talked about earlier. Oh my goodness. Each one of these is like a work of art, isn't it? Every single one of these, totally natural. Wow. Pendants every day, all day, every day. Dramatic earrings all day, every day. Have you seen those beautiful headpieces that are in at the moment, which are really like chain heavy, and then you'll just have the one drop down the center? They've been massaged for a couple of months now, actually. Perfect for that, absolutely perfect. 135 carats worth. This is gonna go with everything. It's got those gorgeous banded areas. Now, the reason you get banding is totally due to Mother Nature. Your price point on this today is going to be special. It's just. For the quality you're getting here, that is serious. Can you see all of these lines and all of these bandings? Do you know why they're created? It's really simply Mother Nature. We haven't done anything to this to create those lines. We haven't done anything to this apart from get it out the ground, cut it, polish it pretty much, and, you know, drill a hole in it, put it on a strand. This is created purely by Mother Nature, and essentially it's the cooling process that does this, and it's also the mixture of the hydrated silicon oxide and the mixture that it creates with a silica-based substance. Sorry, babe, got excited with my hands then. And it basically just gets into crevices and nooks and crannies, and then it just very, very slowly, over hundreds upon thousands upon millions of years, solidifies in different lines, and that's how you get this different effect. The fact you've got clarity with this as well, I wish I could show it to you better. What you need to do is take this home and pick it up to your light. Pick it up, take it to the eye, and that's how you're going to get a real feel of this when you hold it up to the light. That's how you'll be able to see it properly. I would also strongly suggest you take this outside. Honestly, I wish you could see this. I really, really do. Get it home to see it, 30-day money-back guarantee. Please don't forget. Hold it up to the light outside to really feel it, because right now you look like you're kind of getting a beautiful banded opal. You are, but you're getting so much more. You're getting multi-layers, you're getting honey tones, you're getting beautiful play in here. You really, really are. £14.95 for you today. I love that strand. So pretty. Druzy recap. Do not forget that this is Teresa's challenge. We'll have a look exactly what she's done with this in a moment. Really quick recap now before we go over there. This is that beautiful druzy. It is 10 mil coins that you have here. £6 and 65 carats. It's £14.95, and you've made loads with this, haven't you? I love it. Pendant, earrings, ring, and the smells. Oh, so exciting. £14.95, brand spanking new strand. It's unlike any druzy we will have seen before. It truly, truly is totally different. Look at this. Really different, isn't it, on the inside? Look at that. Tightly packed into this really small bed, each one of these individual crystals. Get it home to really appreciate it. It's unlike anything you might be used to seeing before. It truly, truly is very, very different. £14.95. Nearly tripped over a portfolio bag, but I styled it out. How are you? How are these to work with?
Oh, they're gorgeous.
How's the drill hole on them? I've just noticed it looks quite large to me.
Pretty good. I've got 0.8 through it without any problems. So, yeah, pretty good.
That is good actually, isn't it? Got a 0.8 through these. Cracking drill hole on them. Really, really is great. And unusual actually to be able to get a 0.8 through any gemstone, let alone something with this much interest. I adore it. I love, love, love. £14.95, brand spanking new. Now at the bottom is the sapphires. Do not forget those, just the most amazing location. Your Burma, oh my goodness. Sapphire for you, it's so special, and a tiny £34.95, and those are what we've used on these designs. They are absolutely stunning. How are they to work with?
Absolutely gorgeous. I've got a little pendant there as well. I haven't managed to do anything chain wise with it, but yeah, they're just, I mean, together that's just indulgent really. It's just been absolutely gorgeous. I thought I'd kind of don't know what I've done to deserve having the druzies to play with today, but
you've just been wonderful. That's enough.
Having the sapphires as well has just been an absolute pleasure to work with both of them. They go so well together, and yeah, those druzies are just lovely.
They are exceptional, aren't they? If I put this one next to it as well, you'll be able to see we've kind of just done a little bit of a different twist, but doesn't that colourway just show it in a completely different light?
Well, yeah, that was really what I was kind of just sort of trying to have a bit of a look at. As I say, I'm very much a silver kind of a girl, so tend to sort of naturally go towards silver.
I like that as well, you know.
And I thought gold would probably work really well, and I just thought, well, I'll just try the copper, and that just looks absolutely gorgeous as well. So
the gold tone just works exceptionally well, doesn't it? It adds a different warmth to it, doesn't it? How were these created?
Well, those ones, obviously it's the earring finding that we've had in I think various kits. I just managed to find a couple in the drawer, and then pop the druzy on a head pin in the middle, and then 5 of the little sapphires in the sort of the middle drop of the bottom, and 3 either side, and those are on the thin head pins. Got through.
Oh,
no problem.
Yeah, the featherweight ones.
Yeah,
fab.
yeah.
And you've just done a little wrap loop
just a
on
little
that.
wrap loop on those just to hold it. The druses I didn't put a wrap loop on because it was getting a little bit fiddly to wrap them onto the finding, so that's just a standard loop.
And then tell us how you've done that earring. That earring ring.
Well, that was just popping the druzy on some of the 0.8 wire, taking it around the ring mandrel, and then just wrapping it around in a spiral just to hold it really. Take the ends just round the shank a couple of times just to keep it all in place. So yeah, just a little attempt. If I had more time, I would quite like to have wrapped one of the druzies quite a lot actually, quite significantly in a ring, but just didn't have time to be too indulgent with the wire work really.
Do you know what I love about this though? The druzy's done a lot of the work.
Yeah.
There, it's just as beautiful and natural, and you don't need to overwork necessarily, do you? No. I cannot believe you've managed to do so much in such a short space of time. It's absolutely amazing. I just want to let you know that there are loads of people getting their hands on this violet druzy. I mean, loads of you. I'm heading into my last chance saloon on this for good, full good. Now that means that essentially you have, that's it basically. I haven't got any more coming up in shows. I haven't got any more ordered coming in the next month or 2. This is it. That's it. That's all you're getting. £14.95. I'm heading into my last chance saloon. Imperative you all check out right now. It's your last chance to own it. If you're watching me at night time, hello future, if you are, just give us a little call now, or do type it into the internet, the code, which is LIGP58. Type that in, and then you might have a chance to get the last couple, just because sometimes you know, payments might not go through, or someone might change their mind or forget to check out. Say, do give it a little go, have a try. This one, I've got a text in, it says, hi all at JM, I think the chains are sized perfectly to make individual pendants with gems in. That's a really good idea. Thank you very much for that, Maureen. I have still got a few of those left in for you. One more. Beautiful designs today, Teresa. That's from Sean. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Have you had a good time? Oh, I'm really glad. It's been lovely having you. I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at Jewellery Maker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers